Well, since there's no time like the present, it's 5:30 p.m. and we will go ahead and jump in with our study session.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Tonight, Icon, Zach Purfirst, and Troy Carmen will be presenting the Highline Study Report that we did. Did we do this all the way back in 22? 22. So we are going to renew this. There is some new design ideas at the Black Mirror Overflow that have been added to this presentation, but I will let Zach get us started.
Perfect. Thank you, Jay. Yeah. As Jay was saying, we took a look at this back in 2022, and now we've got some good design ideas. So we're going to be looking at the Highline Canal stormwater conversion, specifically as it applies to the Black Mirror Gulch Trib. So just kind of going back to the beginning, the whole purpose of this engineering study was to show a review of the Highline Canal stormwater conversion, specifically Black Mirror as a starting location, with the purpose to just analyze the hydrologic and hydraulic conditions before and after the installation of some water quality features, and then also looking at both upstream and downstream flood risk and mitigation features, and then really analyzing a transition from what's existing in water quality berms to spillways and other stormwater treatment methods. So kind of looking at the study area, we're looking at approximately 4 miles of the Highline Canal that comes through Cherry Hills Village. The upstream drainage basin is the Greenwood Village, and then downstream is the South Denver. But really, we're just looking at what's impacting the Highline Canal here in Cherry Hills. Hydrology-wise, we've got 12 sub-district watersheds with about 2 square miles of drainage area. And in total, the Cherry Hills Village represents about 3% of the total canal length as it stretches through Colorado.
Oh, sorry, before you move on, can you, what is the colored indicating there? Water that flows, stormwater that would flow into the canal, or those are just the contributing sub-watersheds?
Yep, yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
So all the highlighted in orange there is kind of the area that's going to contribute. While they might not be directly within Cherry Hills Village, they're the drainage basins that contribute to what enters the canal in Cherry Hills.
See, this is why I could never be a water engineer, because in my mind, water has to flow north to south and
Yep.
west to east.
Yeah,
And
it's always
this does
confusing,
not
yeah.
follow that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, turn your microphone on. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry about that. Does it just flow, I guess that would be east to west?
Yeah, so the canal itself flows like south to north into Denver, but essentially everything shown in orange is what's captured within that kind of drainage area that's getting to the canal and then continuing within the canal.
And west of the Highline Canal flows further west, right, to other.
To the Platte.
Yeah, to the Platte and that.
So the canal makes pretty much a false blockage here. So everything to the west that's not flowing towards the Cherry Creek Reservoir is flowing to us, and the Highline is falsely collecting all of that, or most of that, because it was built through all of those watersheds.
And is there drainage into like Little Dry Creek and the other blue lines on the map here?
So the drainage over towards towards Little Dry Creek
Yeah.
would not be in these watersheds, because it's farther south, and when it hits the city, it's farther west.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Kind of get into what we were just talking about, just kind of like this is a cross section of some of the existing conditions where most of the time as we kind of looked at it plays into that east to west where inflows come in and fill up the canal and then overflow over our existing trails or other items to get into their natural drainage ways during overflows, or they'll stay in the canal and continue their way up. Just to give a little background, so the canal has operated as an irrigation canal since 1883, and this kind of just means we're talking about long, very shallow sloping canals that are meant to really detain water and slow down scour potential and really minimize maintenance while delivering water downstream. And kind of what we're looking to do is keep that happening within the canal while implementing some modern water quality features, while we keep those shallow slopes, low velocity, high infiltration, and low scour throughout like the channel. It's also important to recognize the floodplain impacts of the canal. So essentially, there's 2 FEMA-regulated flood sources within the Highline Canal within Cherry Hills Village, and that's Quincy Gulch and Blackmer Gulch. So what we're really focusing on here is the Blackmer Gulch area, which is the southernmost portions of within Cherry Hills Village. And in order to do this, we're kind of looking at some mitigation measures that don't really exist today. Some do, but we're looking to find these at more critical areas such as inlets, pipes, and spillways. What we're going to kind of get into later when looking at the design is a spillway at Blackmer that's going to help alleviate some mitigate some flood risk at that location.
Yeah, and that was kind of the root of the question, I think, that, at least in part, caused us to have this deep dive. What are the impacts on Quincy Gulch by virtue of what's being done to Blackmer, if any?
Yeah, essentially.
Well, you can weave it into your,
Oh, okay.
But I want to give you that context because
Yeah.
it might help with some of the.
No, that's perfect, and that's definitely something that we'll get into as we go along, for sure. Just to bring up some of the past flooding examples, in 2015, there was significant events that led to some discharge and some street closures. I know this is a big thing talked about back in that 2022 meeting, trying to prevent these kind of floods from happening again. Similarly, not as crazy of an overtopping with road closures, but back in 2024, I believe it was May of 2024, we kind of had a similar event where we had some overtopping of the channel embankment. I don't believe anything too crazy happened, but it's good to mitigate these risks while we can. So, for example, we're going to look a little later at Blackmer Trib, which is going to have a proposed spillway to help mitigate. And so, like you were talking about with Quincy, the goal of having these like spillways and other water quality features at strategic locations is to mitigate those risks downstream. So by allowing flow to leave at Blackmer Trib through a spillway, which I'll get into the design a little later, is going to help reduce flows that are at those further downstream locations. Kind of like what I talked about, I went ahead and highlighted where that Blackmer Trib comes in to the Highline Canal system, but there's many different inflow points throughout the entire stretch within Cherry Hills Village. Blackmer is just the southernmost and upstreammost portion, so it gets in there first. And then kind of outflows, there's already some established outflowing areas into natural drainage ways, but that's kind of what we're wanting to go over today is another proposed outflow location that's not currently where flows are outflowing from the channel, but would be a good spot to alleviate those flows in higher events from the channel. And so, like I talked about with a spillway, it's going back to like what essentially a spillway is. It keeps like you'll notice that this proposed conditions is very similar to the existing conditions I showed earlier. And that's kind of the point. But instead of like just having flows naturally fall over the trail, the spillway kind of provides some armoring and then gives the opportunity by providing some freeboard to do some water quality at the lower end of or at the bottom of the channel, I guess, for those first couple of feet. And then it gives a kind of an armored off of our trails to protect those so they don't just erode as soon as water is falling over them.
You just mentioned one thing that I was curious about as I was reading through this. What are we talking about when we talk about water quality? I mean, as it relates to the Highline Canal and or this whole process?
Yeah, so at least the way I kind of look at it is we're mostly talking about like preliminary treatment. So Flood District and other partners with like cities, they'll have like a 72-hour detention where it's kind of keeping water within the channel and just kind of letting the vegetation and other stuff take nutrients and other particles out of it naturally. And so that water quality line that's shown in this proposed conditions is kind of marking that level where water would theoretically stay in the channel for that 48, 72-hour duration and get a little more preliminary treatment before it moves further downstream.
Okay, I had a question because on this page, I don't understand what that first bullet point means. So are you effectively saying you're just creating a channel for it to get out of the canal and into a designated spillway?
Yeah, exactly.
If it hits a certain height, and it'll somehow channel the water to go there?
Yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
I'll actually pop down to the proposed spillway design now that we're kind of talking
okay.
at Blackmer. But essentially, looking at just like an overview, I know it's a little hard to see, but those pink lines are where the flows from the Blackmer Trib drainage basin are. And so really our affected inundated area is that blue, that dark blue hatching. And so what we wanted to do is find a location within that dark blue where we're seeing heavier flooding and provide, like we were talking about, just where a location we could put that spillway to take some flows out of the channel at a location that it hasn't been taken out before. Can you make that imaging bigger? I wish I could. I don't know if I can. No, yeah, they're very small.
If there's a touch screen, you can just use your fingers and no, on the trackpad, I mean,
Oh, I see.
and
Oh,
there you go.
thank you.
I know. Right? I will be filling in for IT next week.
So this, oh, wow.
Yeah, you have to then scroll.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to find exactly what you want.
There we go. This is the best we're gonna do for right now. So essentially, now normally this trail is just kind of at grade the whole way, but kind of what we're proposing with the spillway is for the first 20 feet on each side, lowering that so it actually lowers the trail and provides a lower point for the water to fall over. And then we would armor the backside of that trail with some riprap, and that's where within this sheet I did a couple of different like calculations to see like kind of what the flows going over the trail would be. But it doesn't impact any human amenities or like previous trail amenities. It keeps kind of the same function, but allows us to lower the trail just at this specific location and alleviate, I believe it's like 150 CFS from the channel, which helps with those downstream impacts and also just kind of sends the water where it normally would be going within its drainage basin, but just kind of at a different point than we were considering before.
But wouldn't you, it's a good way to think of it is that it's like a relief valve. And we would rather, if it is going to go out of the canal, let's go out for a place that can absorb that and not cause damage to private property. So these spillways are in strategic locations to manage that whole effort to handle those
I think
higher
that's
flows.
the question.
Yeah.
Where will it go? Presently and with the redesign, maybe that was the question about where, getting the map a little bit bigger so we can.
I would, go to the other previous
I'll go ahead and
page.
go back to that previous sheet, that way we can
Yeah.
actually see where it is.
So, and just to clarify, this Black Mirror project is the first project, but it works in conjunction with the rest of our projects. There's 4 or 5 places where we need to raise the trail to make sure this water goes out here and stays in a floodway. There's other overflows. Our water quality really, those are the last projects we're looking at. It's some ripples, some collection areas where we can take out, the plastics and the logs and all of those things. But for this to work, we do have to do some raising in other places. We have other relief places too that are designed in, but this one gets us the biggest relief. And I also want to clarify that although we're only looking at Cherry Hills Village, the model that we plug this into is the entire High Line. So anytime anyone makes a change to the High Line, they have to plug in to that model, so then we know where we are overall. So if Greenwood Village does something, they plug that into the model, then we know if it affects us and what we can do if they do a project before us, that type of thing. So even though we're only looking at Cherry Hills, this is all tied together into the entire 70-plus miles.
And so do we read this, there are improvements, it looks like a structure, the arrows are pointing away from it towards the blue line. So that's the idea, that it flows away from
Yeah.
the improvements into the spillway and then over the other side of it if it's needed.
Exactly. So yeah, like the dark blue arrows that are coming in are kind of what's the existing flows that would be captured towards, and then our blue polygon there is kind of where it's directing flows to fall over that gray spillway, and then the kind of cyan arrows show where the spillway flows would go to get back to that natural drainage.
But the idea is that is still not going to have a lot of high velocity or anything. It's still going to basically settle, and that the water will basically
Yeah.
permeate into the soil
Exactly. So kind of the advantage of having like a spillway as compared to just like a pipe here is if you're piping out 100 CFS or so, you're going to have pretty high velocities coming out unless you want a really big pipe. So this spillway being 100, 200 feet long is going to allow flows to come out at much slower velocities, like 7 or so across the whole spillway, rather than having like a jet come
So
out
they're
of the
not going to
pipe.
follow the general contour of the thin blue line?
Yeah.
Basically can be absorbed before then?
Yeah.
No. Can I go back and do a basic question, and that is that we're doing this because we believe that you showed us a couple of pictures of 22 and 24, but what's the likelihood that we're going to have the need for these improvements? Is it because we're moving more into a climate change world that we are going to get larger storm events? Is it because we are getting increased runoff coming from all the development to the east of us? What probability do we think that we are ever going to need this?
Yeah, I guess I think realistically, I don't know if I have like a probability of a number, but it's more just for reducing the risk in general of the downstream development or not downstream development, of any like properties within the village downstream. I think it's a combination of development within Greenwood Village and parts further upstream, but it's also just, yeah, the unknown of various storm events that could happen frequently, infrequently, but either way, taking steps with like spillways and other features like this would help alleviate risk downstream from like floods.
So just to provide a little bit more context, that's exactly right. If you recall, when the conversion from an irrigation supply system to a drainage facility, when that started to happen in earnest, there were some initial discussions with Denver Water at the time about the city taking over the responsibility for stormwater and ongoing recreation. I got super nervous, and we basically, working with Jay, we contracted with Troy, and we were the first ones in the whole stretch, all 72 miles, to say, if we are going to take over some of this responsibility, how do we do this? How do we do this in a way that where we're protected? What improvements do we need to make so that we're not setting ourselves up for some future event, and that we get to keep this for what it's truly intended, which is an amenity. And so that was really the genesis for the Cherry Hills Village portion of the study. Now, interestingly, after we did it, it was so successful that the entire 70, however many miles, our illustrious team actually then ended up doing it for the entire canal. So I think it was a good decision, but it resulted in a series of improvements. That's the screen. A series of improvements to help mitigate that risk. Is it a guarantee that there won't be flooding? No, it is not a guarantee. But is it, compared to where we were when Denver Water was initially having the conversations about, hey, when are you going to take this over? We are in so much better of a position as a result of having a plan about how to make these improvements.
Well, it was also to get a sense of the cost associated with doing exactly what you're talking about, because we were in a position of going, not so fast, we may not take this thing.
Right.
And we're not going to even remotely talk about it until we had an idea about what we were talking about, which we now have an idea.
Yeah. I'd like to answer Counselor Eber's other question, and maybe Troy can answer it better. Unfortunately, in flooding, you're always looking back. Is it the 100-year flood, the 500? It's hard to look forward and say, is it the 500-year flood now a 1,000-year flood as we get this climate change? So this is mostly just looking at historical data. And Troy, maybe you can answer this better. I don't know how good the drainage people are getting at looking forward and saying how much less water are we going to see for design reasons.
We're not very good at looking forward. It's still not there. But when we talk about 71 miles of a canal that's intercepting natural drainage ways across half of the metro area, that is an abundance of water that then fills a canal that was not intended to handle those storm events. And so The reason a spillway is the first recommendation is because it's automatic. There's no levers to push, there's no buttons to turn on, there's no pumps to activate. We are simply telling gravity to spill at the place that we want it to, which is not in anybody's basement, it's not through the village center, it's not in the street, it's in open space, in an area that doesn't have any trees, that has public property that that water can release naturally and simply. And so the beauty of it is, I don't care which storm happens in the future. What I do care about is we've given a release point at a location that is most advantageous to handle it. And so that can happen on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday on back-to-back events. It can happen at 100-year, it can happen at 110-year, it can happen at 75-year. I just know that it's automatically going to happen in the least risky place we can pick. And that's the most important piece of a Blackmer proposal. There are other things, raising the trail, adding pipes, and different, those are all fantastic and they have their place. But putting a 200-foot low point in the trail happens automatically every time the water gets to that level.
So two questions. One, I think you've answered, but I'll just reiterate. So it's not by virtue of the spillway causing, others to potentially have more risk. And the second question is, are we eliminating any prior controls, levees or retention ponds or the like, by virtue of putting these in place?
Yeah, really good. No, by lowering the embankment, we're not affecting any other downstream flood protection, anything we did through the park here or anything. We're also not affecting any upstream detention ponds or anything like that. What we are distinctly affecting is the capacity of the canal. But Denver Water's left the party. They were the ones interested in delivering a certain amount of water by decree and all of this. They're no longer interested in doing that. So, as a transitional piece of infrastructure, we now get to focus on risk, not capacity.
Yep.
Turns out nobody pays for stormwater. They paid for irrigation water, and that became a really important part of moving it down through the system. I wish maybe people would pay for stormwater. Turns out that's not how it works. In fact, what they want to do is mitigate the risk because it comes at the wrong time and the wrong volume and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And that's where these kind of plans come into play. Does that?
It does, but no, to the question, no prior controls are being eliminated?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And actually, I can go to that a little bit deeper.
Yeah,
and
we
say-
are eliminating unwanted spills. Not prior controls, but there's a number, because we know the elevations, a number of spots where it's spilling into people's backyards and flooding those type of things that are unwanted. but
Natural spillways.
Natural. Due to, again, gravity. But, so we're not eliminating any other ones that
Okay.
are necessary.
Yeah, and I think it's the last question, and I'll yield. But the root of the question was, if you eliminate controls, just make sure it doesn't create greater risk for others in the village. That was my point.
Well, and in our previous conversations, Councilman Heller, I know that you might just talk about the fact that we're by design emptying this water into, the Blackmer Common. But what happens if that water keeps going? Because, downstream from all of that is Kent Denver. Are we suggesting that somehow Kent Denver would be then inundated? You might just talk about how the Blackmer Common areas would accept this water.
Yeah, so the Blackmer Commons and Kent Denver and Random Road and everything else downstream, by virtue of the National Flood Insurance Program and what the city participates in terms of floodplain mapping, for 40-plus years, we have mapped the flood risk as if the canal is already full. And so that floodplain and those land use controls and everything that we've had on that have anticipated a full and overtopping canal and following Blackmer. So to that end, this is not changing any of that risk. In fact, What we've found is that FEMA thinks the floodplain is right here on the gulch because topographically, in their simplest view, because they have to map the entire nation, it's a reasonable approach. What the flood district and the city and the other partners have found out is really there's a lot more of that spill that comes out over here in, albeit a slightly less risky spot, but not quite what FEMA was anticipating. And so it gets into Blackmer, and that's fine, it gets there, but this kind of spillway project puts it back into that already mapped risk area for that. And that's the downstream flood risk. It's already mapped, we're not changing that. And on the upstream side, those Denver, Greenwood Village, even redevelopment within the city, still has to follow state water law, quantity, quality, manner of flow. You still can't dump extra water downstream. You still have to have those reasonable controls on what you do, but we do give it a spot to collect, support the vegetation and the beauty of the canal and the natural areas, take out some of those pollutants and particles and floatables, and supply the canal with a little bit of natural drainage that back in the 80s and 90s we used to have on a routine basis. Now we can refill that with some stormwater purposes there. Good questions. I can dig into some of these other spill locations. I can dig into some of these other details, but are we good on direction and questions so far? Okay. I'll just point out that the study that we did for all 70-some miles of the canal took all of those upstream basins, and what we're seeing here is the spills out of the canal, and this is where we can talk about freeboard. So the distance between the top of water and top of trail is the freeboard, and we're trying to get 2 feet. We really want to have a 2-foot safety factor so that we can accommodate some of the logs and debris that come in there or additional water. But in the existing condition, if I can zoom in here, we have some places where that freeboard is less than 2 feet.
Right at your house, Dave.
Yes, this is great. So these you can just see the green and orange. That orange and red is representing, and I should be able to click on it and get to. So that's 0.3 of a foot of negative freeboard in the 100-year event, which just means, by our best estimate, that's going to spill about 4 inches of water over the embankment in that location. And existing conditions. Now we put in the Blackmer Spillway, and that freeboard gets to about 1.2 feet. I'm not going to pretend I have this exact cell memorized, but it gets us closer to that goal of 2 feet of freeboard. Yeah. More safety factor, eliminates this spill on Bel Air and gives us some of that.
Sorry, where is Quincy Gulch compared to that?
Right here. And so 150 years ago, when all of this was still very agricultural and they're trying desperately to get water into an arid environment to grow the crops that built this fantastic community we all have, Quincy Gulch got dammed up by the canal. Now, small opinion on this, for the first 100 years of the canal, nobody cared. Taking all that water from Quincy Gulch was free water. Nobody really battled Denver Water about it, and it all worked out. Since about 1999, the policies changed and they said, wait a minute, we don't want that dirty suburban water in our canal, and they've started making these changes. And so there is still a tremendous inflow of water from Quincy Gulch into the canal. That's fine. There's a very small pipe that releases it at a trickle of a flow.
I think that might come from your neighborhood.
Yeah, it comes from my house right there, right there. I have a hose that goes from my,
So that situation does still exist. We're not necessarily changing those inflows. We actually We do want to encourage that water to support the vegetation and the ecological communities, but we want to be able to put in the relief valves in the right places so that we can handle that water on a 150-year-old embankment without adding a lot of risk.
So a couple of questions. So you may have covered this, but how long is the spillway, and then how long is the portion of the canal that you'll need to decrease the height of it in order to, the embankment, yeah,
Yeah.
and the embankment?
So this spillway location here, that it's about a 200-foot long lowering of the trail. It's a harder armoring. We can pave it. We can put in some hardened gravel surfaces, something that were maintainable. But that 200-foot long area is all we need to disturb on the trail. Now, on the embankment downstream, we
Right.
need to armor that with some rock, 6 to 9 inch rock that's buried under soil and replanted. So after a season or two, provided we get rain and some irrigation on it, it'll disappear into the grass and not look like anything. So
And how long would you estimate it would take to complete that? And I'd assume the canal would be closed, that portion of it, for that time, or would there be a way around it, or?
it would most likely not have a detour in this particular spot. I think there would be a closure for something on the order of 10 days at most. I think they could get that work done on the trail within 5 days, and then work off trail with, probably some controlled, some fencing and delineation to get people around the work site.
And can you do it in like the fall or the early spring, or times when it is, I assume the winter is not a good time to do it? But,
Winter would actually be okay. Anytime October to April is probably preferred construction window. Leaf off, less vegetation damage, more chance for recovery in the spring growing season, and just simply less risk of any stormwater issues happening. So,
and less people on the canal.
less people on the canal. Stock show weather isn't great for ensuring compaction and rebuilding of things, but anything above freezing is tolerable, so.
And for my final question, so what is the approval process with the canal and the county and so on to, are you going to cover that?
I can. We are currently, until we are 100% comfortable with whatever arrangement we have between the county and ourselves, we have put this on hold until I say we, city council is comfortable with signing an agreement to take over all of the trail maintenance, the maintenance of the canal, and any stormwater. So, we are waiting on that before we move any farther on any of these actual construction projects, to be certain that we're all in agreement before the city spends any funds.
You might recall at our retreat last year, not the one just from a few months ago, it was on the work plan to start working on these lease agreements for stormwater and recreation now, right now, in 2026. That is not happening. When Arapahoe County took the process over, I think they are still working through how they want to be the property owner of almost all of the canal. And so, or at least the portions that are in the county. So that is going to take longer than we had hoped. And as staff, we are by design going to hold off on bringing you any such agreements until we know what their new standards are going to be. We don't want to sign up to obligate us to do a bunch of stuff and not know how it's going to work.
And I think that's important for everybody to remember that this canal is owned by Arapahoe County now, not us. So we would be doing work on property that we don't own,
Correct.
but it'd be for the benefit of our community. And so it has to be part of that agreement with Arapahoe County that's very much up in the air.
And ICON is helping with those standards?
We are about to start helping with that.
Okay.
We have some very interesting comments to address on the report, but as soon as we clear that small hurdle, we get to help on explaining to a new owner of an old piece of infrastructure that there's not a lot to be worried about. Let the right people do their job with operation and maintenance and risk management. We're still working through some of those responses, yes.
Troy, if I can ask you a question. When you showed the slide earlier of the area around Dahlia Hollow Park, is there any reason that you wouldn't use that to handle additional capacity as an actual runoff? I mean, it's upstream, so it's going to filter eventually back into the canal, but, you know, it's a natural low point. Is that not something that you would want to increase the capacity in so that maybe you don't need a spillway somewhere, or is that something we didn't want to consider?
No, great question, and that's a, it's a very common element within any gravity system, but stormwater systems and floodplain systems, and I'll point you to Inglewood Dam and Hollywood Dam up here at Arapahoe and Holly and those kind of places. So those kind of embankments and ponds and dams, those are the upstream controls to regulate downstream risk. The problem becomes the magnitude of that embankment in Dahlia Hollow would not be as large as Holly Dam or Inglewood Dam, but it's a significantly larger embankment or larger excavation to stop that water, hold it, release it slowly, compared to a spillway at Blackmer, which in 200 feet releases it at less than 7 feet per second into a natural drainageway and lets it go on its way. So there's a general advantage to using the natural topography through a spillway as opposed to intercepting it and retaining it upstream. So we can get to an embankment height and a pond volume, but you've parked that risk upstream of homes and public infrastructure and parks and schools.
Of Counselor Heller's house.
Yeah, of Councilor.
And so the idea.
My house is up a hill from there, so I think I'm good, but
But the idea is to move that risk downstream in the natural drainageway as opposed to ponding it and parking it, and that potential energy that would exist in the ponded water is still a risk to those downstream structures. And so moving it through as quick as we can is a preferred option in the case of a canal system like this.
And just, we looked at that area a lot because that's the highest embankment in the city. And so we looked at that with the risk really in mind, and we have some designs in that area to alleviate some of that pressure. So we have looked at it, but it is, what, 40 feet tall there in your neighborhood or so above the homes? So
oh, yeah, in your
It's-
neighborhood, yeah.
yeah, it's a really risky spot, but we're continuing to look at that too as we move on. But because that is a majority of the water all comes right to that point.
It's a very recent satellite map.
There is some magic in what
Yeah.
a subscription to aerial services can do, yes. Yes.
Other questions or comments or? All right, well, thank you very much. Oh, yeah, City
Yeah, well, I'll just say, I think the timing of this presentation and the discussion and for council to understand where we're at with this is good timing. Because as Troy mentioned, the county is starting its process to help establish these new standards. It sounds very bureaucratic and technical, and there is an obvious step 1, step 2, step 3 path. How can I phrase this appropriately? We don't know what path it's going to take. And there are some real questions about how the county may or may not want to manage the canal. We will likely be advocating for outcomes that will be manageable from our perspective. I've already gone and presented at the Arapahoe County Board of Commissioners meeting on this topic, And that's just the first of what I expect to be many, many, many more conversations. We are not the only jurisdiction who has concerns. So we have not spent a lot of time talking about this particular topic with Arapahoe County taking over the canal as a body. Just know that over the next year, maybe longer, your comments don't give me good hope that it's a year. We will likely need to come back to you at some key moments and confirm that some of our direction that we're wanting to take some of these agreements is you guys are on board with. It's not a for sure is what I'll say. With that said, I don't want to come across too negative. I would say over the last 3 months, it's trending in a much better direction. So we'll end on that positive note.
And I know that we have, for years now, there have been line items for some of this work. I think we were all very optimistic, 5, 6 years ago that these projects would have broken ground. Do we have anything? Have we finally taken that out of the budget for a while, or is there anything in the budget for
We've
this?
taken most of it out. We have some design money in there in case it does break free. But I think we worded that pretty generally, so we can use it for a lot of different things around the High Line, whatever we need to, whether it's negotiations with the county so we can use it for legal or engineering or whatever. But I think we've taken it down to like $50,000 right now from the $500,000.
When you're talking about budget, the annual budget, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, our
Because
annual budget.
in the CIP, it's all in there, $2.5 million. It's all in there.
Yes, but I meant the annual budget, because I know in previous budgets, we had chunks that we were hoping, I'm going to say hoping now rather than expecting, hoping to spend to get these projects started and.
But yes, clarification, it is still in the long-range budget. It's just, we haven't put it in the yearly budget this year.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and as usual, I'm the guy that's less concerned with the budget and always concerned with the
Yes.
CIP and the long-range
Yes.
plan, so it makes sense.
Mayor, if I can I just, I know we're talking about Blackmare mostly, but, for this, but can I go a little bit further from Dave's neighborhood up to where it's above basically Three Pond Park, and there's, looks to be two yellows and a red.
Yeah, right there, with those blue
Yeah, with the two.
lines coming out of it.
So am I to read this that we are hoping to maybe do some projects as part of this that would put a little bit of the overflow into Three Pond Park?
So this map is showing us an existing condition, and we actually have some photos from the most recent overtopping that confirm this, that there was a little bit of overtopping on the trail there. No, we don't have anything other than trail raising, so we can actually put in the spillway, reduce that water surface, and then build the freeboard back by just raising the trail 6 and 12 inches through basically what's on screen here. And that allows us to then keep the water in the canal, reduce that risk on downstream properties by first spilling it at Blackmer where we want it to go, and second, increasing the trail so that if the water does get to that level, we can hold it in the canal longer.
But you're talking about Blackmer.
No,
No, that's,
these
You just
two
said
red
Blackmore,
things, I think those two red spots were areas that you had, the proposal includes raising the trail up so that the water doesn't overtop there like it does now.
and we, Counselor, but we can look at it again. We had a design, I don't think it made this, where it was actually a pipe that could spill into the ponds. Not as drastic as the Blackmare overflow.
Right.
But a actual piped design that when the canal hit a certain area, we could fill those ponds. But I have to recall.
It's right here off of Bel Air.
Oh, okay.
And Jay's right, I probably didn't bring that drawing, but there is a pipe solution that can take that street flow and release it more controlled into Three Pond Park.
Well, and I'm not even talking about street flow, I'm talking about canal flow too, that, I mean, what we've been talking about here is, my belief is that, our vegetative cover in Three Pond Park unfortunately is getting ground down by overuse. It would sure be nice if, well, still within the 72 hours, if we could sort of do this with some of our almost terracing type of idea and put some water periodically
Yes.
through Three Pond Park, courtesy of overflows from the canal.
And I will apologize because I forgot it. I won't speak for Troy. But there's an inlet pipe system and a natural swale in the northeast corner of Three Pond Park to collect excess stormwater flows from the canal. A series of manholes and drops to fill the ponds.
Now,
So it is in there.
And I'm very cognizant of there are some homes directly on the west side of Colorado Boulevard that we have to consider what happens before it, and as it works its way down, frankly, all the way through the village center. But it sure seems like that would be a wonderful way to absorb some of that and hope that it gets fully absorbed by the time it ever gets to Colorado Boulevard.
Yeah, and that's where that small pipe sitting here in this corner by Bel Air can have that benefit to Three Pond. There are some risks with consumptive use and water rights and all of that, but we can get that water following its natural path and meet those obligations. The key is we just don't want it overtopping the trail to get there. We want it to release in either a pipe, a spillway, some other measure where we know where it's going and we can control that velocity and depth.
And I guess I'm saying that Bel Air spot, to me, is a controlled space the same way when we were talking about Blackmer, that it immediately dumps down into an area.
Yep.
It seems like a really good relief valve to start putting it down there through the pond system.
And that's that piped system that, interestingly enough, and Jay, you may have it sitting there, but the cost of the pipe and inlet structure in this corner at Bel Air is probably half of the cost of the spillway at Blackmer. And so where this 2 CFS spill might cost $150,000 of concrete infrastructure and reinstallation of the embankment and clay core and all of that, spillway at Blackmer can release 400 CFS for $360,000. So there's just becomes an engineering economics to say, what is the biggest bang for our buck? And in terms of releasing risk for the entire 4 miles of canal, that spillway wins.
But you did say, putting the pipe aside, in this area that we're looking at right now, I thought you said the safety factor or buffer goes up by 1.5 feet. So we do get improved flood control, plus whatever the pipes bring into Three Pond as a relief valve.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's more than just an economic component. It's the, aesthetic component that we have a park that has better vegetative cover if we can put more water through it and still meet all the rules. So
Absolutely.
all I'm saying is, let's try and route as much stormwater into Three Pond as possible.
Yes, absolutely. I'll only expand this to say, downstream of Colorado, we don't have the best way to move that water.
Yeah, that's why I caveated saying I know that there are houses west of Colorado Boulevard that we got to worry about.
Yes, so, all of those things come together. Very fortunately, by way of these geographic systems that map all of this stuff, we have a really good look at that and the ability to pan and zoom. And for those of us that still like paper, we can even print it out and evaluate those kind of things.
Any other questions? Well, thank you so much for coming. Really, really appreciate it. I think these are, I think they're pretty exciting opportunities. I hope we're able to get this figured out with the county so that we can finally start to move forward. I think I remember writing an article for the Crier about it like 6 years ago. But, oh well. Thanks so much for coming. Thank you to all of you. Guess we have 10 minutes until our
Yeah,
regular
Jay,
meeting is scheduled to start.
do you think you can do it in 10 minutes? I don't either. We had a second part to talk about some public works sustainability efforts, but I think that may generate its own set of good, healthy discussions. We'll find a new time to present that to council.
That gives you more time to study the memo I gave you.
Okay. All right, well, we will go ahead and call the city council meeting to order at 6:30 PM. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Heller?
Here.
Counselor Eber?
Here.
Counselor Holland?
Here.
Counselor McGuire?
Here.
Counselor Robinson?
Here.
Counselor Fisher?
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We will have audience participation. I think we have at least one person sign up. I think the rules for audience participation are up on the screen. You have 5 minutes. Time cannot be ceded. Please don't interrupt or interfere. And direct your comments to us, and please state your name and address for the record.
Laura Chrisman, 18 Cherry Lane Drive. Want to take a minute. We had to talk to you a little bit about Earth Day at the farm, but specifically Officer Izzy. If I got that correct. We decided to go ahead and hire an off-duty police officer because the people are passing over the canal from one side of the farm to the other. And it was a Sunday morning, and this year we knew we would have a lot of children. We had no idea how many children we would have. We had so many. I mean, if there's a population issue, it's not because of Cherry Hills. And so many babies and strollers. And we had Officer Izzy because it's a Sunday morning and you have the bikers. And who knew? Not only was she getting people to slow down and she was so nice, Officer Izzy became an attraction. Not as popular as Oliver the Pig, but really popular. You know, people took their pictures with her. Children like just looked at her and asked questions. She got to talk to parents, to kids. It was a win, win, win. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, and I'm so glad that for once the weather didn't happen on Earth Day. It waited for a few days. I know people are still, we just got started. Is there anyone else who would like to address the city council? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to reports from members of city boards and commissions. Seeing none, the consent agenda, I understand Councilor McGuire.
I'd like to remove 6A from the consent agenda since I wasn't here last week.
Okay, the minutes have been removed.
Otherwise, I'd like to move to approve consent agenda items 6B and C.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Councilor McGuire? Do you,
I was not here for the meeting, so
Okay.
I wanted to not vote either way on it.
So we aren't able to do that. The charter says that you have to vote yes or no unless you have an ethical issue or
Yeah,
conflict of interest.
yes, we used to, do that. We used to have people who weren't here would abstain, but we learned that our charter doesn't really allow
Okay,
that.
well
So-
then, never mind.
Okay, then I'd
Well,
entertain a
then I
motion.
move to approve consent agenda item 6A.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that also passes unanimously. Moving on to unfinished business. We will continue the public hearing, right? Because yes, so we're continuing the public hearing for Resolution 6, Series 2026, approving a minor subdivision to create 2 lots from 1 lot at 1 Cherry Hills Park Drive. That's being continued from March 7th, 2026. And I will turn that over to Director Workman.
I'm pressing the button, I promise.
I'm trying to turn it over to Director Workman.
try that next. Yeah, that's the one I used.
Yay, there we go.
Apparently it didn't like the adapter. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Thanks for your brief patience while we were figuring that out. As the mayor noted, this is a public hearing that was continued from February 17th to March 17th, and from March 17th to today, in order to allow the applicant and staff to address some existing conditions, specifically a motor court wall and some AC units that are existing and located north of the existing home that's there. Please note that as part of the original hearing date, the applicant did provide their verification and their affidavits for public hearing notification. And because it was continued to date certains, no additional public notification was required. Subject property of the application is located just to the east of University Boulevard, north of Cherry Hills Park Drive. The site's currently zoned R1. It will remain zoned R1. This is the applicant's request from their narrative, which was in your packet for this evening. Certainly won't read this verbatim, but in summary, the applicant is requesting to re-subdivide the subject property substantially as it was originally subdivided in 1997, except for some modifications to account for the existing motor court wall and the AC units. I do want to walk through briefly kind of some history of the subdivision process and the platting process that impacts the subject property, just because it can be a little confusing. And so these next handful of slides are related to the subdivision history of the property, and then we'll get into some specifics related to the existing conditions on Lot 1. As I noted before, the original property was subdivided back in 1997 as part of 26-lot development. Lots 1 and 2 of the original application are the subject of this particular application. Lot 3 is shown on this slide because it is relevant here in just a moment as part of the history of the consolidation of properties in this area. In 1998, Lot 2 and Lot 3 of the original subdivision were consolidated into one lot, and it remained in that condition until 2006. In 2006, lots 2 and 3 were re-subdivided significantly into the same original configuration so that Lot 2 could be sold. Lot 2 and Lot 1, which are the subject properties of the application this evening, were then consolidated in 2006, and the properties remained in that condition for the last 20 years. The request before council this evening is to essentially add that blue line that's in the center of the two properties there, returning it to two separate and individual lots. The green line in the corner of the jog and the blue line there is a perpetual access easement. It currently encompasses an existing driveway that goes into a parking lot on the east side of Lot 2 there. And that's dedicated via the plat. The orange line on the right-hand side of the subject property there, that's an extension of a storm drain easement that was that encompasses some existing drainage infrastructure. Before, where the previous property line was, all of that infrastructure was on Lot 1. Because of the new configuration of the property line, it would then bisect that infrastructure, and so that easement's being extended for the benefit of Lots 1 and 2 to preempt any future potential issues with future owners and the ability to use that existing infrastructure. The image before you is an image of the existing surveyed conditions. A similar image was provided in your packet just had the aerial on it. The existing home on Lot 1 is generally in the center of the lot. Just north of that, in the brighter red line, is the existing motor court wall. North of that, in the purple box, is the existing AC units. To the left of the purple box in the green is an existing 3-rail style fence. And the light blue box is an existing pool house. Below that, with the dark blue, is the existing pool and spa. To the left of that, the pink line is an existing retaining wall that supports the development of the landscaping and pool house and those improvements that are just west of the existing house. And then the orange polygon represents an existing pergola on the subject property. From your packet, the existing home was approved for construction in the year 2000, and a certificate of occupancy was granted in 2001. It was determined at that time that the structure met the setback requirements, and the distance between the home and the shared property line is increased by the current application compared to the original condition. The proposed property line is 99 feet from the north side of the existing home at the shortest distance. Related to the floor area ratio requirement, the square footage of the home relevant to the FAR requirement was identified in 2000 to be just under 15,000 square feet. There's no permit history of expansions to the home between the issuance of the certificate of occupancy and the current application. Based on the current surveyed square footage of Lot 1 of 107,000 square feet, 107,204 square feet, the FAR for Lot 1 will be 13.8%. As a reminder, the maximum FAR in the R1 zone district is 23%, so significantly below that. The accessory and recreational structures, the 3 existing structures on the site were approved back in 2000 under one permit. The requirements associated with the accessory and recreational structures in terms of number, size, and setbacks are the same today as they were when the permit was approved back in 2000. The pool house, there's no changes proposed to the pool house as part of this application. The pool house will continue to maintain a minimum 25-foot setback from the proposed shared property line to the north and the existing and unchanged property line to the west. The 25-foot setback is the accessory structure and recreational structure setback in the R1 zone district. The pool and spa, there's no changes to the pool and spa proposed as part of this application. The pool will continue to maintain a minimum 25-foot setback from the proposed shared property line to the north and the existing and unchanged property line to the west. And the same for the gazebo. There's no changes proposed to the gazebo as part of this application. The gazebo will continue to maintain a minimum 25-foot setback from the proposed shared property line to the north and the existing and unchanged property line to the west. In terms of the existing walls, fences, and retaining walls, as noted, there is an existing motor court wall, which is that brighter red line on the image in front of you. The motor court wall appears to have been approved with the home construction back in 2000. At that time, the motor court wall met the fence and wall standards in the R1 zone district, which allowed fences and walls to be 6 feet in height and have 100% opacity, or solid. In 2006, the current owner of the property was approved for the consolidation plat, which had no impact on the status of the motor court wall. In 2016, the City Council passed Ordinance 2, Series 2016, which changed the opacity requirements for fences in the R1 zone district. This change by the council had no impact on the status of the motor court wall since the property had been consolidated and the nearest property line had been removed. The applicant's desire to reestablish the original shared property line and create 2 lots would have put a significant portion of the existing motor court wall in Area 3, which is in the side setback of a home. As adopted in 2016, the fence and wall standards would require that fences in Area 3 have a maximum height of 6 feet and a maximum opacity of 50%. The existing motor court wall having 100% opacity would have created a legally non-conforming structure. The proposed shared property line has been modified since the February application so that the existing motor court wall would be located in Area 1, which is behind the front facade of the home and within the building setbacks, which allows 100% opacity, and it will be a legal and conforming structure. The existing vinyl fence, which is the green line work, is located west of the existing motor court wall. The fence is 4 feet in height and 3 rail in style. The existing fence will be located in Area 3,
for fence and wall purposes, and it will meet the current height and opacity requirements, and it will continue to be legal and conforming. The existing retaining wall, which is the pink line on the left hand of the image there, is not impacted by the application, but it's important to acknowledge that it does exist on the west side of proposed Lot 1. This wall supports the grade on which the existing pool house, pool, spa, pool deck, and gazebo and landscaping are constructed. Unlike site walls, retaining walls do not have an opacity requirement. They're allowed to be solid because a retaining wall serves a different function than a site wall. In terms of the AC units, the AC units approved north of the motor court wall and within the required accessory structure setback with home construction in 2000. It's unclear what setback standards were used by the city in 2000 to determine the location of those AC units. However, the current interpretation of setback requirements for AC units is that the accessory structure setback requirements must be met. The proposed shared property line has been modified since February so that the existing AC units will meet the accessory structure setback requirement, which again is 25 feet in the R1 zone district. They will be legal and conforming at 43 feet from the proposed property line. It's also important to note that as part of any future construction on Lot 2, there would be a 50-foot buffer essentially from the property line because there's a 50-foot setback for the primary structure in the R1 zone district. That means the AC units would be at least 93 feet from any future home construction. As part of the application, staff, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission and Council this evening, will rely on the 8 approval criteria, which we will run through here briefly. The first is that the proposed division meets the definition of a minor subdivision. This application divides a parcel of land held in single or common ownership into 2 lots or parcels. And as just noted, it does not create or result in the creation of a lot or parcel of land that would violate or fail to conform to any applicable zoning or other standard. Second is that the subdivision conforms to all applicable requirements for the zone district in which the property is located. The proposed use, which is single-family residential, is a use by right in the R1 zone district. The size of the new lots meet the requirements of the underlying zone district, which is 2.5 acres. The existing improvements on what will be Lot 1 will meet the setback requirements from the new lot line. The third approval criteria is that the subdivision meets or satisfies all other applicable requirements of the code. And through the review process, staff and our referral partners have determined that the applicable code requirements have been satisfied. The fourth approval criteria is related to streets and public improvements necessary to serve the subdivision. All dedication requirements were satisfied with the original application back in 1997. Lot 1 is currently developed and served by utilities and has an existing driveway. When Lot 2 is developed, there's no public improvements required, only private utility improvements will be required, which the utilities have not expressed concern about. The access easement for Lot 2 ensures perpetual access to Cherry Hills Park Drive, ensuring legal access to and from a right-of-way. The fifth approval criteria is related to utility easements. There's no changes to existing utility easements as the utilities have not requested any changes to their existing easements. There's the new extension of the existing stormwater easement dedicated by this plat for the benefit of both lots. Again, that's a result of the property line now bisecting the existing stormwater infrastructure and preempting any future discrepancy between future property owners. Sixth approval criteria is related to public trails within the subdivision. There's no requirements for land dedication or a fee in lieu as the original Cherry Hills Park 1 subdivision was determined to satisfy that requirement back in 1997. And there are no impacts or alterations to any existing public trails as part of this application. The seventh approval criteria is related to the configuration and shape and arrangement of the lots. The configuration of the lots created by this application are substantially the same as they were established in 97, other than the modification required to make the motor court wall legal and conforming. Both lots maintain frontage on Cherry Hills Park Drive, and both lots have perpetual access to Cherry Hills Park Drive. There's no adverse effect on any adjacent property. The eighth and final approval criteria is that the proposed subdivision conforms to the goals and policies of the master plan. Specifically, as this application relates to that approval criteria, it is consistent with the vision statement. This approval of the application will not change the character of the subdivision. It will remain single-family residential with large lots. This will return the subdivision closer to the originally anticipated number of lots. And it is consistent with the future land use map, which identifies this area as large lot residential. Again, the 2.5 acres meets the R1 requirement, which is associated with that large lot residential designation in the master plan. To date, staff has not received any public comment regarding this application. The Planning and Zoning Commission did hear this application at their January 13th meeting. There were some questions related to the original number of lots, the access for both lots, how both lots would maintain access, and the current status of Lot 2. Staff was able to note that Lot 2 is currently undeveloped other than a driveway and a parking lot on the east side of the property. Access to both lots is provided to Cherry Hills Park Drive, and the property owner clarified that there were 26 lots in the original subdivision. The commission voted unanimously to recommend that the council vote to approve this application. And staff would like to note that while there were modifications between Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council, the application remains substantially the same request as it was before the commission at that time. It's still an application to return the property to 2 lots in substantially the same configuration as existed in 1997. So the application was not required to go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. With that, there's a recommendation for approval of the resolution and the application. That concludes staff's presentation, however, certainly available for questions. The applicant is also here and available for any questions that the council may have. And they do have a brief presentation for council when you're ready for that.
Okay, so as a reminder for everyone, the way this process works is that staff's made their presentation. Now is the opportunity to ask staff questions. Then the applicant will have an opportunity to make their presentation. We will have an opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. Then there will be public comment, and then we'll entertain a motion and we'll have discussion after we have the motion. So at this point, if there are questions for staff. Yes, one, Councilor Hallett.
Might be a tad trivial, but just on the, in the packet, the acres are actually listed slightly lower than 2.5 acres. Do we round up? How does that work?
So there's essentially, lack of a better phrase, there's 2 ways that the city determines lot size. One is gross size and one is net size.
Okay.
The net size is the property, the square footage of the acreage within the boundaries. The gross is the acreage that is in the adjacent right-of-way, which our code allows that to count towards the square footage of the lot for purposes of lot size.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor McGuire.
I was a little confused at first as to how Lot 2 remained 2.5 acres when it had this new bump out in it, but I'm assuming that's because the line that attaches to the street where the property line, they pulled that south a little bit. That's why it's still 2.5 acres.
That's correct, yeah. The, in the previous versions, the property line would have come just north of this existing utility easement. And so to get the additionals, right, oops. In order to go north with the property line in this location, they came south with the property line in this location. And then again, using the adjacent right-of-way is what allows the lot to get to the 2.5 acres.
Councilor Holland.
And it is kind of a creative way to deal with that, et cetera. And as you said, hey, it's kind of more or less like it was before. But with regard to, okay, so this goes forward, and then we have a new owner for Lot 2 at some point in time. And I get concerned then about the issue of a variance for an irregularly shaped lot, for a lot not shaped like other lots are similarly situated within the area. And this has come up before, where we're going, saying, hey, we're doing something, and what we don't want to do is go down the road to create a circumstance where that has to happen.
Yeah, as part of the updated survey work, I think it was Exhibit D. I'm looking to make sure. Anyways, as part of Exhibit D in the application, there is a setback in there denoted for Lot 2 that shows the buildable footprint for the lot. So there will be a buildable area, to your point, to make sure that we don't create lots that aren't buildable with our setback requirements.
Oh, right, yeah, no, I know it's a buildable lot, but I'm more concerned with, you go down the road 10 years, somebody else is there, they want to do something, and they go, boy, we would ordinarily put it here, now we got that bump out, you know, that's strange looking, and I want a variance. And, I mean, we've seen that happen.
Sure. Yeah, hypothetically, yes, someone could use that as an argument. Staff's advice to the Board of Adjustment and Appeals at that point is to apply the approval criteria for a variance, which include there's some sort of physical hardship on the property and the design alternatives being available. So ultimately, should a future variance request be made, the board would rely on the same approval criteria they would today.
Right. And I guess what I'm saying is that when we go through this process, I mean, it's a known circumstance at that point in time. I just get concerned that you create that scenario, and again, what can you do 10 years down the road type of a thing on Board of Adjustment, but it's, to me, it wouldn't be legitimate at that point.
Yeah, without having any other specific information, I think it would be difficult to make an argument for a variance based on a jog and a lot line when there's still a significant portion of the property that would meet the setback requirements.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Yep. Counselor Eber?
Question if I could, just about the access agreement that you mentioned. Can you go back and just refresh my recollection on that?
Sure, there's a small green pie-shaped portion on the northeast corner of Lot 1 there that would be dedicated perpetual access from Lot 1 for the benefit of Lot 2. Currently covers the existing driveway that connects Lot 2 to Cherry Hills Park Drive, and the access easement was created based on the existing location of the driveway, just ensuring access.
I think if you show Exhibit D, it makes that easier to understand.
Right.
You can see the driveway drawn there.
Oops. And this is the image from Exhibit D. Pardon me, the existing driveway for Lot 2, located in this general area, clips the northeast corner of Lot 1, and that's where the location of that perpetual access easement would be located.
And has that easement already been granted?
It
Or
will
is
be
contingent?
recorded, assuming approval of the application. Without the application, there would be no need or reason for the access easement.
Right, but that agreement has been negotiated and agreed upon by the
What's
parties.
in the plat?
They're the
Yeah.
same owner, so yeah.
Yeah, it's a
They've
small.
the
agreed
same
with
owner, but-
themselves to grant that.
Right.
Right. Correct.
I had a few questions. So I guess is a motor court considered an accessory structure? I know we're applying the accessory structure setbacks. Is it considered an accessory structure for the purposes of the counts and square footage
Yeah,
allowed for
the motor
accessory
court
structures?
is not a defined term in the code. It's a colloquial term to refer to the driveway, essentially. And there's the wall that surrounds the driveway. Walls can fall within the definition of an accessory structure, but the code treats them differently than a traditional accessory structure in the fact that it allows them to be in setbacks and it has different height and opacity requirements and things like that. So driveways such as this, whether you call it a driveway or a motor court, are allowed to encroach into the setback.
Okay. And is there, while we're on the topic of accessory structures, in Exhibit D, on this, what's showing on the screen, underneath the word pergola, there's another little bump out. Is that another accessory structure? On Exhibit D, you can see a little bump out. You can't see it on here because it's directly underneath the word pergola.
What's been represented by the applicant is those are all landscape improvements without a
It's
structure.
not like a gazebo or something?
I would defer to the applicant.
Okay, well, I'll ask that to the applicant. Okay. To Mayor Pro Tem Holland's point about creating the need for future variances, and I appreciate the efforts the applicant has gone to address what is an unfortunate situation. Is a variance an option, and was it considered to keep the original lot line where it was?
Staff and the applicant did have discussions related to pursuing a variance. Ultimately, the applicant's decision was to pursue this solution to the issue rather than a variance.
Okay, But that would have been possible. We can allow a variance for something like that. There's a process for that.
There is a process for that. Ultimately, the board would decide that, but yes, there is a process for that.
Okay. And I'll ask that of the applicant. Okay. Any other questions for staff? Oh, yeah, Counselor Eber.
I'm sorry, just go back on the access for the driveway. It looks like, according to the way the line on the upper corner is, it looks like it actually goes a little bit beyond the driveway. So I'm assuming that the access agreement is not just the driveway surface, but that little tiny triangle as well. It's in the corner there.
Yeah, the access easement would be generally reflected on here, but it will be recorded, and the boundaries of that would be as per drawn on the plat, which
So it's everything in,
everything that's in that pie-shaped where the
Right.
green line work is to the
which
blue
is the
line.
driveway and the smallest piece
Yeah.
to the right of it. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay, well then I'd love to invite the applicant to come up and make your presentation.
Thank you. Good snowy evening. I don't know how we have snow in May, especially when we had 70 degrees all winter. I'm going to read for a little bit of this just so I can get more of it to you guys, so bear with me. My name is Chris Sharp. With Spear Woodward, Corbliss, and Goldberg. I represent the applicants, Chris and Tammy Marsico at 1 Cherry Hills Park Drive. Thanks to all of you for taking the time to consider our application and for giving me this opportunity to speak. My client, as a longtime resident of the city, greatly appreciates the service that each of you and the entire Cherry Hills government provide to the community. So turning to the application, Paul's done a great job. It sounds like you guys have had some good back and forth. We're gonna have a couple of questions that we can go through. I'm here hoping to provide some additional context, I guess, in maybe some of the history and how long it's taken. You guys have probably seen a lot of it too, but I wanna say it out loud so everybody sees it or hears it around the group. So Chris and I began discussing this project in early '24. We started preliminary discussions with the city on the application in March of '24, so over 2 years ago. And the goal of the application was and is simply to reinstate a previously existing property boundary line. And the improvements have changed. It really is just to put the property boundary line back where it was. So much so that our initial hope in going through this is maybe we could even have made it more of an administrative process. Wasn't the case, but we went through a lot of conversations trying to figure that out to make it easier for everybody. So going forward from that initial application, there were some open questions and potential hurdles that kind of came out of that required a little bit deeper consideration. So we didn't end up with our full application until the summer of '25. So through the formal application process and consistent with other applications and applicants that you all see, we dedicated significant time and resources alongside Paul and our surveyor working to ensure full compliance with the application with the various requirements of the code applicable to minor subdivisions. And then sometime near the end of the year, we made it through sufficient enough turns to go to hearing. So then after scrambling kind of with Paul on the Christmas holiday, which was interesting, we got posted, published, noticed to the impacted neighbors, and we were able to get on the planning and zoning agenda for January 13th. Seemed all of our hard work had paid off. Following the unanimous approval, we're hopeful and seemingly well prepared for a similarly straightforward approval by you all. That was actually supposed to be heard on February 17th. It got continued to the March date. Unfortunately, as referenced in Paul's presentation, on the morning of that scheduled city council meeting, Paul was informed and conveyed to us that a few city council members had raised concerns related to the likely prospective nonconformance of this pre-existing, I'll call it a carport, I think we're calling it a motor court wall, on the north side of the Lot 1 property. So Paul was very helpful, very communicative quickly that day, trying to figure out what we do, right? What's the best path forward? Lots of back and forth about potential continuance with alternatives with respect to the wall. Is there a way to go? We couldn't seem to get there, and it made the most sense to just take the time to continue and reevaluate our alternatives. So this prospective nonconformance that raised on the 17th, we later learned was actually due to the changes in the city's fence opacity code, opacity, I don't really know, opacity, that took effect in 2016. So, to be clear, nothing about the wall or any of the improvements of the lot had or have changed in any material way. The only change since 2006 and that consolidation that gives rise to this prospective nonconformance was the change to the opacity code. So in the course of our follow-up investigation as to possible workable alternatives, Chris was able to confirm with his construction consultant that either demolishing or reconstructing the carport wall would be, one, prohibitively costly, but also, especially in light of the original design, the way that the house was built and just overall aesthetics, it made more sense to leave it the way that it is. So, knocking down the wall didn't seem like the right option. And the modified lot line adjustment that we're proposing here, under the current circumstances, in light of the existing code restrictions and considering the possible alternatives, seems like the best or maybe the least worst alternative to try and continue to move forward to subdivide the property. It has been painstaking to work through that process to get to that point. Mr. Howland, you bring up a good point, a good question, so it's worth the conversation. And then Mayor Brown, on the variance, we definitely had a deeper consideration of that. All indications after talking through it with Paul and with the city attorney were that it's such an extraordinary measure in Cherry Hills Village that we would be at pretty high risk of not getting the variance too. So we're kind of stuck, and this is what we think is the best alternative path forward. So hopefully that paints a better picture of kind of the overall odyssey to date. I think it would be helpful if we can figure out the AV to show, well, this is already set up on here. Just show a couple of pictures of the actual wall itself. Some of the overhead, just going through the slides. There we go. All right, so this overhead is helpful. I don't know which one you guys can see. I mean, mostly to show you just how far we're talking here from Cherry Hills Park Drive to the wall. Chris actually pulled out his rangefinder, and it's about 200 feet. So not very visible if you look at Cherry Hills Park Drive. And then if you take a look a little more closely at the wall itself, this is the overhead that you've got. This is going into Chris and Tammy's driveway, so that wall is in the far corner with the basketball hoop, the motor court wall. This is a little bit closer as they pull into their driveway. That's inside the motor court. Give you a good sense of exactly what we're talking about. It's a pretty substantial wall here. It's not something that's easily, reconstructed, deconstructed. And then this is looking south from what will hopefully become Lot 2 to see what the visual impact would be to the Lot 2 owner. And this is obviously a little thinner vegetation even, so. So I guess part of what we also want to say that is, and it's maybe not necessarily the purview of the council to opine because we've made this application to you, but based on the nature of it, it seems worth noting, at least in my opinion, the technical nonconformance that we're talking about that would have been created by reinstating this property boundary line as it previously existed. It doesn't seem to me to be the type of nonconformance that the city was at the time of enactment or is primarily concerned with, trying to give you a sense of what this wall is that exists out there. That could be wrong. I didn't find anything with respect to actual intent behind it in 2016, but it seems to have more to do with walls that are visual and from roads that are inter roads, in subdivisions, people seeing the walls on the sides of properties, so, and fences primarily. So with all of that said, I want to reiterate our sincere appreciation and the efforts of the city, and certainly recognize the regulation and code drafting can never be a precise science. So inevitably is going to cast too wide or too narrow of a net. This feels a little wide to me. So to close, my clients intend to fully comply with the code. We believe we've come up with a workable alternative solution, and it hopefully achieves our intent in re-subdividing this lot. So I'll also say we really appreciate you all for giving us your time, and we sincerely appreciate the help, input, and good recommendations by Paul, by the city attorney and staff, and quickly coming up with hopefully what is a workable alternative solution.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Well, I do have a few. I guess, first, I just want to say, I appreciate the challenge that has arisen as a result of the change in that code and the difficulty that it has created. And, certainly being on council at the time that ordinance was passed, that wasn't the intent. And I do see the need for alternatives. I imagine the applicant would agree that this is perhaps a less than ideal scenario. If you can go back to a couple of pictures to the aerial shot, keep going, right there. So to Mayor Pro Tem Holland's point about future uses and variances, I guess my biggest concern is I really wish there was a way to restore the original lot line. We are not the Board of Adjustment Appeals. We don't have that authority, but I'm concerned with the landscaping here to the south of the driveway. It really feels like this is that area, which would now belong to Lot 2, is part of Lot 1's yard. And it feels like a subdivision in technicality only, and I worry that that potentially creates adverse possession claim against Lot 2 at some point in the future. And that's more of a, I guess since that's, I don't know if the city attorney has a thought on that.
So once this property is platted, that piece that you're talking about on the south side will become part of Lot 2. So the landscaping and maintenance and requiring of that is going to be part of Lot 2's role. As it stands now, with the property owner being the one that wants to cut off this piece of lot, I'm not concerned about any kind of adverse possession. As you know, adverse possession takes 18 years to even come about, and it has to be adverse. They have to know about it. There are a lot of steps in order to get to adverse possession. So while I do understand that there is a lot of mature landscaping there, I am not as concerned with that being an issue, especially since they are also granting an easement in this area to ensure that the driveway can get through.
Okay.
Yep.
Am I right, Mayor, that, as part of this process, the current owner is voluntarily agreeing to give up that piece of land in order to make this work, so that those sets of trees, even though they are the front sort of view into the house from the street, is voluntarily making a decision to sort of narrow its street frontage and voluntarily making a decision to narrow and give up that part of the property. So with that having been done by choice by the current owner, I'm a little less concerned about the idea that they would then turn around and be able to complain that Lot 2 is not keeping them in a way, because to me, Lot 2 is able to do whatever they want with the trees, including probably cut them down if they really wanted to.
Which I doubt they would. They look lovely. It goes back to an issue that we had with, and I know it's near and dear to your heart, Rob, about people who are adjacent to public parks mowing the grass and making it look as if that public land is part of their yard.
I see.
So that people don't feel that they have the right to access that land. And I would, and you know, this is probably not a decision point for this council. This meets the criteria, but I worry that the future owners of Lot 2 will not actually feel as though they have the right to that land because it's basically in Lot 1's front yard. But
Yeah, I mean, I think it's helpful maybe to look at this picture where they drive in this way, right? So this is how Tammy and Chris enter their home. So I will say that just having driven into it, this would automatically feel a little bit like it's part of Lot 2 to me anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, dropping that line felt fairly organic. Now, we had to come up with an alternative solution. And we
Right,
needed
right.
to figure out how to adjust to the 2.5, right? So that was part of the reason.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's plenty of trees along the Circle Drive that clearly shade. And I think maybe assuming that is almost like a flag lot, right?
Yeah.
You would include it.
well, like I said, I mean, it meets the criteria. Yeah. So I don't think it's a decision factor, but it's a shame. So. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay.
Comment, and that's just that, you know, in response to Councilor Holden's comment about any future opportunity for a landowner to make an argument about a hardship meriting a variance, my only comment would be is that I'm assuming the future owner of Lot 2 is on notice of the process as a result of looking at the line and doing a title search, would understand why this jog was made on the lot line, and specifically would at that point have notice upon which they are buying a piece of property, which to me only would hurt a future argument as to a need for a potential variance. Now, I don't know if that falls firmly within one of our criteria upon which to be a hardship, but, you know, I'm not real sympathetic, I mean, as to somebody who comes in and says, I know I bought it with that line, but now it's a hardship that I need a variance
We just
for.
mean to make sure you're on BOAA at
Yeah,
the
well,
time.
Well, that's, but I guess my point
Sit on
is,
BOAA for some time, which
But-
I did for 7 years, I can tell you.
but I guess my point is it seems to me like that would be sort of an express notice provision from Lot 1 to the future owner of Lot 2, that this was a concern and therefore that's why it was done this way.
But I guess that's part of my point, which is, you know, and again, we may want to look at those criteria for variances, what have you, because it might, and I didn't look at it, but there isn't anything there saying it's an irregular lot shape that the owner didn't have notice of, or there's nothing about notice. Doesn't even factor in.
Yeah, it's
And
just,
so that's a question then to be looked at.
it's burdens on that property that are
Right, but
unique to the, which would make it unique, I mean, so.
unique and
And a
that they
hardship.
didn't have notice of, or something like that, in order to change those criteria going forward. It's something that we might want to look at. Even though Board of Adjustment doesn't seem to have met for years.
Yeah, they have not. So if there are no other questions for the applicant, then we'll open the public comment portion of the hearing. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you all.
And for your presentation. And there is one person signed up, Chris Sharp, please, oh, that was you, never mind. Okay, that's the applicant. I was about to say, I didn't think there was anybody else here. Okay. So then, seeing no public comment, we will now have a motion and then we'll have discussion.
Motion and then discussion or discussion?
Motion and then discussion.
I move to approve Resolution 6, 2026, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Cherry Hills Village to approve a minor subdivision request to create 2 lots from 1 lot at 1 Cherry Hills Park Drive.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Now, any comments? Counselor Fisher?
Not really, other than very thorough application, and I did read it twice because I had already read it for the last time, so, you know. I thought it answered all of my questions, so thank you.
Counselor Robinson?
So just to recognize the creativity in solving an awkward situation really brought on by us previously, right? So I think, while not ideal, I like Counselor's summary of it, that this is the best, least worst option. And so I'm in favor of approving it.
All right, Counselor McGuire?
I have no comments and am in favor.
Okay. Counselor Holen?
I've got a comment, but I don't know, it's not applicable to this, but it's applicable to the process that we've talked about. So would that be a comment after?
Yeah,
or
why don't
would
we
that be-
make that after, and we'll, since we
Okay,
have a
good.
motion on the table, we can bring that up. Counselor Eber?
First of all, I'd like to thank the applicant for being willing to work through a creative solution to the problem. I think it would have been very but it would have been easy to resist the application of the changed fence ordinance and say, no, I think that qualifies for a variance right there on its own. And I think this saves everybody a lot of time, energy, and arguments, frankly, that seems to me to come up with as good a solution. So for that, I thank you all, and I thank staff for working cooperatively with them and everybody like that. But I just want to go a little bit to Councilor Heller's comment or question earlier about the lot sizes. And it's important for all of us on council, and I raised this point about gross and net because the way we reached the ability to have 2 lots that each meet the R1 zoning district of 2.5 acres is by using the gross definition. And there are parts of the city that are traditional that have old lots, and I'm willing to be corrected on this if I'm wrong, that apparently the way the area was originally sold, your lot went sort of to the center line of the street. There are other places in the city where the street had already been dedicated, and you know that your lot ends before the street ever begins. And we have a provision in our code that doesn't handle that difference and allows anybody to make use of the street up to a distance of 40 feet, I think it is, or something like that. But the point is that it allows you to add to the size of your lot. In many instances where it makes, well, the impact is that it makes the lot bigger and therefore qualifies for going through this. We've spent an awful lot of time in a lot of other contexts talking about land use and keeping our city rural, large lot. And it has been, that provision in our code has, in my opinion, been abused to force subdivisions in other instances. I'm going to be bringing before council a proposed revision to our code that eliminates the ability to use gross square footages as an addition for calculating land size for purposes of a subdivision. I'm not interested in doing that here because this property was originally platted in this way. The code allowed it at the time, it allows it today. But I think we need to look hard at whether or not that provision of code is an administrative error that allows people to make our city more dense than it was originally intended to be. So with that said, I'll move forward. I have no problem with this. In fact, as I said, I approve and praise the applicant for going through this process. But there are other instances that we'll be talking about in the near future about the amending of the ordinance.
All right, thank you. Counselor Heller?
Just thanks to the applicant. No further questions.
All right. Well, there's a motion and a second on the table. We will, is this a, oh, it's a voice vote. All in favor of approving the subdivision?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you for your patience and your cooperation, and congratulations and sally forth.
Indeed.
Um,
You want me to give my comment now about the other thing?
Yes, yes,
'Cause
about the
similar to Rudd,
process,
Had
yeah.
nothing to do with, this, other than it was in here. And one of the things that pops up, and Paul, this is actually, I'm going to want you to hear this. In the applications, and it happens oftentimes, where someone's going to subdivide a lot, and it comes back and says, we're putting it back into the way that it was. And in my view, the only thing that that's applicable to is, in fact, the criteria associated with the character of the neighborhood. In other words, that because you're saying it's got to be, but other than that, it's got no bearing. Now, I know the reasons that applicants put it in there. I'm not quite certain reasons that staff oftentimes put it in there, because it's irrelevant. It does not matter. And in fact, I think it's a really, really important thing that when people go to combine lots, that we take the time to basically say, you need to think about this, because when you combine it, and if the code changes, you may be out of luck if you want to go the other way. Now, that's what I think should be done. But having said that, that actually works against what you just talked about, which is we want to encourage larger lots. We want to encourage people to combine lots. So therefore, we ought to be able to say, and we'll make it easy for you to go back the other way, so please do it. But that's kind of what a master plan character would say, as opposed to where we are now, which is to go, hey, you combine these things, you may be struggling going forward. And to me, it makes no difference that it existed that way before. It is irrelevant, other than the character, the criteria about character. At least that's my view.
Yeah. Well, and I think it also is applicable to infrastructure needs and, you know, their HOA and their, all of those elements. They were planning on having an additional house there to begin with. So not, you can discount or just kind of, you know, set aside any concerns about those issues by knowing that you're putting it back the way it used to be. But I do agree with you that just because it used to be that way doesn't mean that there's any right to have it that way
Right.
now.
I don't think there's necessarily, well, maybe there is a right if you've met all the criteria. But I think it is relevant because at one point we said, this is acceptable density for the city. So I think that is relevant, that at one point it was considered.
No, and I said that, as far as the criteria about the character of the neighborhood, which is the density, there's a specific criteria about the character, I don't remember the exact words. But other than that, and it shows up over, and if you remember, if you go back and look at a lot of the applications we have, it shows up almost every single time in almost every single criteria. And we're just putting it back the way it was. We're putting it back the way it was. It's like, so what? But I understand, and so do you as an attorney, I know why it's in there. I mean, you make every argument you can at the end of the day, but it's just not really relevant in my view, other than the character / density argument.
Well, and I would add to that, you know, parallel to my comment is this is going from a 2.5 acre property to a 5 acre and back to a 2.5 acre lot. My example, when you talk about the character of an area, is that there are places in this village that are 2.1 acre, let's say, or 2.2 acres, with a lot of street frontage, that because of the street frontage in the calculation, get to 2.5 acres. And then somebody comes in, and I use this as an example, because it's happened, is somebody comes in and says, well, I can now meet the zoning requirement of this area, which is R2 in this example, which is 1.25 acres. So because of the gross footage that was added, it doesn't meet the character any longer because it's now more dense than everything that's around it because of that calculation. This example, that didn't apply because it was still 2.5 acres, which is what it was originally deemed to be the character of that area.
All right. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to Council Bill 4, Series 2026, amending Section 16-6-120 of the Municipal Code concerning nonconforming fences, garden walls, and perimeter walls to allow existing legally nonconforming fences adjacent to state highways to be rebuilt in a like-for-like condition for a period of 5 years on first reading. Director Workman.
Well done, Madam Mayor. The next item on your agenda, as was just articulated, I won't attempt to re-articulate, is Council Bill 4, Series 2026, which is related to fences adjacent to state highways. This really is a follow-up and a culmination of discussion that council has had a number of times over the last few years related to the grandfathering of existing fences adjacent to state highways. Just as a very brief recap, this issue first came up back in 2024 when we were processing updates to the fence ordinance for some clarity. Council expressed a desire to talk about existing fences adjacent to state highways. What ensued was several discussions from City Council, including wanting to get a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission on 2 specific paths to take. One is to grandfather existing fences adjacent to the state highways, and the other being there's some sort of an administrative criteria to allow for essentially a variance for the reconstruction of existing fences adjacent to the right-of-way. Last fall, we got direction from council that the majority of council wanted to implement the grandfather option for these existing fences along state highways. As required by our code, we went to the Planning and Zoning Commission with the language that's before you this evening. That happened in January of this year, and the Planning and Zoning Commission discussed the changes at their March meeting and voted unanimously to recommend approval. There was some comment from Commissioner Kelsall noting he had a concern related to the like-for-like requirement may deter some fence replacement or improvement. The language that's before you this evening is specific to Section 16-6-120, which is specific to non-conforming fences and garden walls. There's essentially a new section, which is Section B, that would make an exception for fences located in Area 5, which are the fences that are adjacent to state highways, that would allow them to be rebuilt in their like-for-like condition in terms of material, opacity, location, those sorts of things, for a period of 5 years from the effective date of the ordinance. And then at the end of those 5 years, then the code would revert back to the current standard. Next step, should council choose to approve the ordinance, it would be to notify applicable property owners, which was a direction we got from council as well. We would certainly figure out those logistics and make them aware of the change in the code in order to allow them to take advantage of the opportunity. And then as part of your future here in the next few weeks, staff will be bringing a larger collection of updates to the fee schedule. A potential reduction in the fee schedule for these fences will be a part of that future discussion as well. There was one letter of public input received by staff that was included in your packet for this evening. That particular resident expressed concern that the like-for-like requirement could deter property owners from replacing their fences as well. Again, a very brief presentation in an attempt to summarize the direction that we've received from council to date. The recommended motion approving the council bill on first reading is before you, and staff is here to answer any questions you might have.
So, Mayor,
Yes,
I have
Councilor
a couple of
Robinson.
questions. So first is, my recollection when we discussed this before is that we talked about between a 2 and 5 year period. And I would be, just for discussion, I mean, would a 3 year
Well,
or?
Can I, but let me,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I did
Yes.
go back and listen to the more than hour-long discussion we had in January 20th. And the consensus and direction to the staff at the time was 5 years.
Okay, all right, I'm corrected. I always thought I'd.
There was some discussion around, but the consensus and direction was 5 years.
And then I'd be curious, Director Workman, for your thoughts about the like-for-like issue. I think the purpose of doing this is to incent these homeowners or HOAs or others to to repair their fences and make them better. And if there was, I thought it was pretty persuasive, the letter that we read, that it was a cement wall and that they wanted to replace it with a shorter wood fence that would be more artistically, or whatever the right word is, good for the city. So I just think we should have a brief discussion about that, and I'd love your thoughts maybe to kick that off.
And while you're doing that, because I had a question as well, and it goes the other way, and I'm just raising it because I don't know, but because here we talk about material, height, setback, and opacity. And we don't talk about design, and I can't remember talking about that at the time. And so the question is, you could very much have a fence that doesn't look anywhere remotely like the other fence, other than it was made out of brick, and the other one was made out of brick, but it's a totally different design. Or it was made out of wood, now it's made out of wood again, but it's a totally different design. And I don't remember us talking about that. And I'm not saying where I'm coming, I'm just saying, and it goes to the same.
That is correct. Design was never mentioned in
Right.
our previous conversation.
And should it be, and it goes the opposite of what you're talking about. So it's like, it's a great question, but it's the other end of that continuum. And so let's have the full breadth of the continuum and discuss it. I agree, so.
Director Workman.
In an effort to opine on the like-for-like requirement, that was language that was directed by council. That's where we landed with it. I think my personal opinion, my professional opinion, is that anything that encourages the replacement of the fence, whether it's like-for-like or not, is an improvement to the aesthetics of the corridor. Now, beyond that, my professional opinion is it becomes subjective, right? And that's where the challenge comes in regulating the design and swapping out materials. My recollection from the previous discussions is that the crux of the argument was, if the city's lived with these fences for 50 years, why can't they replace it with what they've done? It's obvious, the current requirements are obviously prohibiting certain fence replacements. Again, an applicant can always meet the current fence requirements should they so choose to and change the material or the design or things like that. They're not required to replace it like for like. If they choose to make a change and a change in the aesthetic, then they would just need to meet the current requirement. So that's my recollection.
Yes, that was the discussion.
Am I wrong, though, in hearing that again and trying to recollect our prior discussion, that if you do like for like, that if you did concrete before, you got to do concrete again. If it was 8 feet before, you got to do 8 feet again. But the commenter that we received was, what if they wanted in that same location to only do a 6-foot wood? So they're changing the fence style, not the location. And you're saying that, no, if they wanted to do that, they would have to apply like a regular fence permit, and then they'd have to move it back, to meet the current code. Am I right?
Yeah, the language in the ordinance is a reflection of the direction that we got,
Yeah.
that like for like was important. If they were going to replace it like for like, and the city's lived with it historically, then there's really no issue with it moving forward.
Yes.
If they wanted to change the material.
Change
then-
anything.
Yes, then that would require compliance
you're
with
right, not
the,
design.
with the underlying
Right.
requirements for the setback.
But the commenter.
Yes,
that
so the
gave us
commenter's
comment-
point was, I would say that is most related to the discussion that we had around, well, what if you want to make it better?
Upgrade.
And we had this discussion around,
much.
well, what does better mean? and better for whom, and who decides? Is it better for the person who lives there? Is it better for the person next door? Is it better for the person driving down the highway? We had a very lengthy discussion about deciding which changes were better and which ones weren't. And therefore, just saying, if you want to do the same thing, and we did not address design,
Right.
if you want to do the same thing, you can do the same thing, and if you want to change it, then you've got to come into compliance with the code, which has a variety of options that we went through. One, you can replace 25% of your fence. Two, you can put it on the line, but do bump outs and landscaping. Three, you can move it back. There are lots of ways different ways to comply, but if you're going to change anything, you have to comply, because no one wants to be in the business of deciding what's better or worse or better looking, more aesthetically pleasing. So that was why we ended with this very specific direction to staff.
When I guess, and I understand that we're not in the aesthetics business, nor should we be. But at the same time, when a commenter made a comment that is economically driven, that they aren't taking offense from 8 feet to 12 feet, there could potentially put in a smaller fence of a different material. It just happens to be in the same location. So under this bill, am I right that we are talking about taking that option? And I think we all agreed, we were just taking that option away from them and saying like for like, and that's the way it is. And if you don't like it, you can use the regular process.
Yep.
And the reason we went away from the regular process, however, though, is we wanted to incentivize a lot of people to change some rundown fences. And secondly, we wanted to address, the topic kind of came up to us first because there were some potentially historic trees. And I guess what we're saying is the like for like doesn't really affect those trees because they're not having to change the wall. So we're just making a value judgment that we said like for like is the way it's going to be if you want to take advantage of this location to put your new fence, because the current fence, or the current ordinance would require you to move the fence back or have the bump
Or do
outs
something else.
or seek a variance or whatever. So I
Yes,
just
I
wanted to
think this was
clarify in my own
the-
mind that
yes.
that was the deal. We said, if you want to keep your fence where it is, it's got to be a like for like is the bottom line.
Yes, because once we start delving into which changes are okay and which ones aren't, then what we're really doing is starting to question the new fence code in general. If the new fence code isn't specifying what we want them to do, then we shouldn't even have it at all, right? So if we're going to start considering one-off exceptions to that fence rule for this change here or that change there, then I think there's a bigger issue at play. And this was a compromise position. We talked about that in January 20th as well, that it's not ideal and there are different ways to achieve this objective. And we talked about several of them and threw it back to planning and zoning, and planning and zoning came back with grandfathering. And then we added the 5-year limitation as a manner of trying to incentivize people to do it as opposed to just accepting them from it, in perpetuity.
I appreciate that. Thank you. If I could just say one other thing, and that is that I think the concern and the question that we had, and while the direction may have been to get us over a hurdle of directing 5 years, I think at least I anticipated more discussion tonight, or when we brought this back, about that 5 years. I personally believe that if you're trying to incentivize these people, 5 years is too long a time to have them out there. You want to get it done, you want to move forward, you want to get these fences that are not okay faster. So while it might have been a directive, maybe I'm rethinking if I was part of that directive.
No, actually, you said, and you said 2 years and January 20th.
Yeah.
You're
Thank
very
you.
consistent.
Thank you. So, and then secondly, the part, and it goes to a later discussion that we're going to talk about the fee, but if we're already giving them a break as far as not having to meet the code, I would not be in favor of any kind of a permit.
Well, and we
abatement on
determined
fees.
that
So-
that was nominal and that it wasn't a big enough expense to be an incentive. Our part of it was very small. And Arapahoe County has some other parts that so anyway, we did not, that discussion was had and we didn't do it. And yes, what we said on January 20th was non-binding. You're welcome to change your mind. We can make changes to this, but just to refresh everyone's memory, it was a very lengthy discussion.
Okay. I found Mr. Iverson's letter pretty persuasive, and I'm not suggesting, I don't think by saying it can be shorter, the fence could be a lower height, or the fence could be more opaque, is aesthetics, or is making a judgment on aesthetics, because we're not telling them what more opaque has to look like.
Or less opaque. You mean.
Right, yeah, right, exactly, sorry. I can see being more concerned about the setback issue and the material issue. But, we don't tell them what they can build their original fence out of and complying with the code either. So, but it seems to me that if they want to make it shorter or less opaque, thank you, that we ought to be okay with that. And I don't have a problem with those two. I don't have a problem with those two standards being in there.
Councilor Robinson.
I just, I agree with Susan on that. That's where and I also do feel like 5 years is a very long time. And I think I expressed that in January as well.
So I just want to make sure, so what is it you guys want to do? Say it again?
I think we can say that they can build, that can be like for like, other than it can be shorter in height and can be less opaque than the existing fence.
Just for clarity, meaning more see-through and less, right?
Right,
Yeah.
yes. More opaque, more opaque.
I'm
Sorry,
just
yes.
use a different term
It
than
can be
opaque.
more see-through, thank you.
I like that.
Do both of those requirements conform with the new code?
Depending
Well-
on how close to the road they are. If it's close to
Yeah.
the
No,
road.
but I mean, is there, what's the
more
height
opacity
requirement?
is required. Is that right?
So the height, so I think the opacity requirement would be the biggest departure. Right now, you can have 100% opaque fence right on the property line. And you could, and the new code would require it to be much less opaque than that.
Require or allow?
Require, if you wanted to build it on the property line, the maximum opacity would be
50.
40%, 50%, or it can go up to 100% if you meet all the other stuff.
That's correct. The code says it can go up to 8 feet tall and be totally solid if you meet those landscape requirements.
But if you don't meet the landscape requirements, what can it be?
Well, potentially you could have a 6 foot, 70% solid fence.
70%.
Correct. It just, in order to have the 100%, that's when
Right.
you have to do the landscape.
So, to your question,
Yeah.
if I have 100% fence under, if we changed it the way that we're talking about now, I could build a 90% opaque fence. It wouldn't comply with the code, but it would be more, it would be less opaque than what I have now.
it would be closer to complying with the code. Is that fair to say?
So I wonder about that. So like for like, but allow an exception that doesn't conform with the new code.
Well, I think like for like would have to be removed. I don't think those two things go
So
together.
we've just been kicking around these two potential changes. We might be able to wordsmith the shorter on the fly tonight. The opacity, there's so many other variables that it interfaces with. We will likely need to continue this.
Well,
Bring you suggested
we
language.
could continue it, or we could bring something back for a sec, right? Because this is an ordinance, it requires a second reading. We could bring something
Yeah,
back
that's
at
true.
second
We could-
reading.
Well, I think this would be a fairly major change, so I think,
So,
and we do have a very lengthy agenda ahead of us, so if we're not at a place to do this, then I think we're just gonna have to.
I'm just,
Bring it back.
final comment. As I'm thinking through, I like shorter and less opaque, but I think most property owners are not going to do that. If you're on a highway, you want high and opaque. And so I think it's probably not likely, even though we would like that it would actually, anybody would do it. So I think I'm rethinking a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not really hot on that idea. I do like the shorter duration, 5 years to something shorter, but I'm not sure I like the.
Well,
I mean, I guess what you're saying is it's not a question of whether you like it or not. You're saying you don't think anybody would do it, so therefore, why are we going to defer this again? Because we can't get the words in right now. I mean, that's
Exactly. I want to move forward with it.
Right, that's what you're saying.
Well,
opposed to not
so
liking
let
it.
me say this, to
actually
your
like it.
point, Counselor Robinson, let's assume for a second that that's the case. Nobody actually wants to do that. If the wording removed like for like and went with Mr. Iverson's suggestion of may not be greater in height, may not be more opaque, and may not have less of a setback, then what you're basically ending up with is something that's basically the same except for the materials and the design.
Well, Mayor, I think what you're really saying is you get an exemption from the current code, location and opacity, and you can build in the same location for the next period of time, a fence, period, is what we're really saying. If we're not going into height, we're just giving them an exemption from the requirements of the landscaping, bump out. You're just saying, look, we're allowing you to rebuild in this place for the next X period of time.
As long as it's not taller,
Yeah, but
it's
it
not
can be
more
taller.
opaque, and it's not closer to the road
Yeah.
than it was before.
And you give them a shorter period of time to do it. I mean, it's a big exemption. And I view it as positive in that regard, but it's like going, here's your chance, which really requires the notice thing,
Yeah.
which is in there. It's going, you got
And if you
2,
want,
3 years, whatever it is. Otherwise,
Yeah,
you're going to be out of luck.
okay. Are there other, Counselor Fisher?
I'm not sure that 2 years is realistic.
I agree.
It's probably, yeah.
I like 5 myself, but, I mean, but the word has to get out. I mean, this is like, people aren't sitting on pins and needles, reading every minute. We have to get the word out. We have to, but,
Well, we were. I mean, I think that was part of it.
we are
because
gonna
all-
get the word
yeah,
out,
all
but
property owners will be
you know how
notified
much
along.
people read those things.
But I do think there is a certain level of responsibility that you take on as an owner of property to know and keep yourself abreast. And if you don't, it's at your peril. I think that's, we're willing to help them out so far. And we're willing to send them a letter, which I'm not even sure is legally required that we do that because.
That's not required.
it's not,
But
we're
I
doing
know,
that.
but we're trying to
Right,
take
do the right thing.
the high thing and the high road. And I think the end result of that is that, if you don't do it within a certain period of time, you missed your opportunity.
I thought the reason we talked about 5 years was because if you were to do your fence now, only 20% per year is what you could do to keep it the same. You could repair 20% a year, keeping it the same. And I thought the reason we came up with 5 was because effectively then you would replace it in 5 years.
Well, no, it's 25% and it's every 2 years, so it would take 8 years to
Okay, so it
complete
was-
your entire fence.
So we were a little bit.
The 5 was, kind of somewhere in the middle between that and the shorter numbers that had been thrown out. So I guess, in a sense, it sounds like there might be support for, rather than a like-for-like language, more like the language that Mr. Iverson was suggesting, which I think accomplishes pretty much the same thing, and perhaps is actually even less confusing, because then we're not, does like mean the same type of wood, the same color of wood, and to your point, Earl, about the design, and so perhaps this is actually less confusing. My question is, does it need to go back to planning and zoning?
I think it will depend on the language we land on, would be my response.
Okay.
I'm looking at the city attorney and the city manager. My response would be, it depends on the changes that are made.
Okay. Well, not wanting to draft things on the fly, but I just did have a very specific question about the language of the way this was worded. It basically exempts people from the requirements of subsection A. Is that the thing that's immediately above it, fences that are not located in Area 5?
Correct.
Is that really sufficient?
I would ask the city attorney to opine.
Yeah,
My opinion would be yes, but
because I thought it was really, we needed to exempt them from the table that requires the setbacks and the opacity and but maybe what you're saying is that if you're just
16.3.120.
because it feels like what they need to be exempted from is the table.
So my response that it would be sufficient is based on the fact that they're not exempt from the table in the fact that they can still take that as an option. They can still do the underlying fence requirements in 16.3.120.
Yeah.
This just gives them another option if they have a legally non-conforming fence to reconstruct it however we decide to
So by
allow
saying, by not requiring so basically saying that they can construct more than 25% or repair or replace more than 25% without it being considered a replacement, which would therefore trigger compliance. Right? That's why exempting them from Section A
Correct.
works.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to be really clear about that because it was not 100% clear to me. So would it be possible then to just change this to say, in the third line, standards in this chapter may be reconstructed so long as the replacement fence is not greater in height than the existing fence, the replacement fence is not more opaque than the existing fence, and the replacement fence does not have greater setback, or not have less of a setback than the existing fence, and then pick up without adhering to the requirements of subsection A of this section for a period of, and et cetera, et cetera. So would that, to strike in a like-for-like condition, meaning same material, height, setback, and opacity, and insert the language as suggested by Mr. Iverson, does that work?
personally, I'd want to move around some of his language that he's proposed. So one of my concerns is that, and I would have to ask Mr. Workman, is whether or not there are some opacity standards that if they reduce that opacity, they would then be out of compliance with the code. Because I don't want to make these fences worse than they already are. And then height definitions, how tall do they have to be on CDOT roadways? Because I do know sometimes there are some height requirements for noise purposes that I just personally don't know because I have not been involved in this project.
I know you're so glad you're here tonight.
I would say the language that I would change as far as the three things that he's proposed is I would say, you know, they can, fences that do not conform with the height setback or opacity standards, maybe are reconstructed, provided that the replacement fence shall not be greater in height than existing, shall not have more opacity, and shall conform to the setback of the existing fence. I would just move some of the
That
language
kind of
around.
gets to what I was trying to say, maybe not articulating well. That solves my problem with it.
Well, so let's go with that, and since there is a second reading,
Yes,
if
that's what I was
you
gonna
can
say.
also take a look and,
Yeah, that's.
and I see the city clerk is that going to be clear enough in the, okay,
So just for the record,
yes.
we will go with this language tonight to kind of state the legislative intent. We, as staff, however, are still reserving the right to tweak that language for the second reading to just make sure we've considered all the potential consequences that we aren't thinking of right at this moment.
Yes. So this motion will need to be amended, and perhaps it could just say amending the section 16-6-120 of the municipal code concerning non-conforming fences, garden walls, and perimeter walls as stated by the city attorney. Okay.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, and then the 5 years, where are we on 5 years?
Why don't we go down and do a
Okay.
poll and just see where?
Throw out a number. Yeah, everybody hold up your fingers. Okay, we've got threes. So change the 5 to 3, and then we'll entertain said motion. Okay, well, yeah. There are already 3 threes, so there you go. Or 4 threes. Okay, well, I would entertain a motion for that.
I move to approve on first reading Council Bill 4, Series 2026, a bill for an ordinance of the City of Cherry Hills Village amending Section 16-6-120 of the municipal code concerning non-conforming fences, garden walls, and perimeter walls to allow already existing legally non-conforming fences adjacent to state highways to be rebuilt in a manner as stated by as a manner as stated substantially by city attorney for a period of 3 years.
3 years, yep.
Second.
It's a motion and a second, and this is a roll call. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Heller?
Yes.
Counselor Eber?
Aye.
Counselor Holland?
Aye.
Counselor McGuire?
Aye.
Counselor Robinson?
Yes.
Counselor Fisher?
Aye.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you for that, and we can address any necessary small wording changes to that concept on second reading. And we will move on to our tiny little agenda item of the Quincy Farm visioning, and that is Manager Black.
Good evening, everyone. I think City Manager Kramer actually has a preface for us before I get started.
I just wanted to set the table. Emily has put so much good work into this, and she has an excellent, but rather short and direct presentation for City Council to kick this conversation off for the evening. So you might just recall the last time we talked about this last year, we had a lot of information. And we had a lot of different options. We had a matrix of all the potential uses on both sides, and it led to us sort of getting off track a number of different ways. And so as a result, the team which consists of staff, the city council liaison, and the land preserve, we are taking a different approach with the presentation and what we're asking of you in part 2. Remember, we did part 1 just a few weeks ago. We got part 2 tonight. Part 2, we are really just trying to narrow down the focus. We are just focusing on some themes. And if you read the packet, you'll know what I'm referring to. There are all sorts of other details. We're not asking you to solve world hunger for Quincy Farm tonight. We're just looking for direction on themes. There's no ordinance or motion, ordinance or resolution in that regard, but we still are hoping that you guys can get to a point tonight where you are giving council direction for us to move forward with whatever kind of theme you're looking for. So I say all that because we really, as staff, we do not really have a recommendation. I will continue to echo my personal concerns to council about weddings, and I do think personally that they are different than events, but I've said that before. But as far as an overall recommendation, staff is not going to have a recommendation tonight. We are going to simply present these themes and hopefully provide enough birth for city council to pick a theme which will allow us to move to part 3.
So we do have 2 presentations before we will open it up for, I'm sure, robust discussion. I will present, answer clarifying questions, and then hand it over to the Cherry Hills Land Preserve for their presentation. And then we will be opening it up to council, just to give you just to set expectations there. So before we dive into the decision-making, a brief review of how we got here. So back in 2014, the Quincy Farm Visioning Committee created their report. That was even before the farm came under city ownership, so that was anticipating what was going to be happening. In 2019, the Quincy Farm Committee created a draft master plan that was driving towards an overall vision. Council at that time paused that process in 2020. So we have a draft of that, but no final document was created. And just recently, council included a visioning task in the 2025 annual plan, hoping to adopt an overall vision for the farm. So as part of that visioning task last year, the Quincy Farm team reviewed prior work that was done, all of those previous documents, conducted interviews with individual councilors, and researched similar properties. So this all culminated in a discussion with City Council last May, on May 20th, 2025, where council worked on a draft vision at that point. But following that meeting, there were still a lot of items to be decided. We hadn't settled on a vision yet. So to continue that conversation, we included visioning in the 2026 annual plan. So here is the schedule for wrapping up this vision discussion. So we had the kickoff back in February. Tonight, we anticipate having the most substantial discussion, and then bringing back a final vision to council on June 16th for a vote. So we do have items on which we believe council reached consensus during these past discussions that we've had. So these are that CHLP programming should be allowed on both sides of the farm, that city events are appropriate on both sides of the farm, programming that features visiting animals should be allowed on both sides of the farm, and that private events are appropriate on the east side. Council did come to a consensus about the fact that private events are appropriate on the east side. We did not get into a discussion of exact size or type of those events. So it's really just the fact that those can happen. So we have 3 major goals for tonight's meeting. The first is to select a preferred vision option or combination of the options that we'll present. Once we've selected a preferred vision, there will be follow-up decisions based on that choice to narrow down questions about both parking and the Hopkins House, since they're very dependent on which direction we go with that vision theme. And lastly, we want to make sure that we have a good understanding of what to bring back to council in terms of materials for that June 16th vote. So moving into the the biggest decision, at the end of my presentation and the CHLP presentation, obviously discussion for that first goal will center around this slide, which is Exhibit H in your packet. For reference, we included overall cost estimates for the west side within each vision, but there's a detailed cost estimate also in your packet. We put these vision options together as the Quincy Farm team. So Mayor Pro Tem Holen, staff, and CHLP worked on these together, really to provide the full range of options based on discussions that council had at that February meeting. It is a continuum from least amount of activity to the most, and we can go ahead and combine some of these, obviously. Like Chris said, I am not making a recommendation. There is no staff recommendation for a vision. You will hear some opinions tonight from the Land Preserve, but there's no staff recommendation associated with any of these. So beginning with the most passive option, we have Vision A, which is nature and mountain views. Under this vision, we would be removing the Anderson House, restoring that area to a natural area, having limited or no private events on the west side, small private events on the east side. So the estimated cost for these west side changes is about $1.47 million. Option B, we have nature and historic appearance. Under this vision, we'd be maintaining the exterior of the Anderson House, kind of the way it looks right now, having limited or no private events on the west side, small private events on the east side, and this comes in at an estimated cost of $2.49 million. Option C is an active east side and a quieter west side. So this would involve an exterior and or a limited interior rehabilitation of that Anderson House, limited small indoor and outdoor private events on the west side, larger private events on the east side for an estimated cost of $3.66 million. And then the most active and intensive is Vision D, which is large indoor and outdoor events. So under this scenario, we would remodel, rehabilitate, or replace entirely the Anderson House, allow large indoor and outdoor events, private events on both sides. And this obviously comes in at the most cost, somewhere between $6 and $8 million. We do have items that run with all of these visions that are those already decided items that you see at the bottom. The only one that I haven't listed yet is the Big Barn. We completed the rehab, that's done. So everything at the bottom is compatible with each of these visions. So once we have clarity on the vision option, we'll move on to the implications that that vision has on parking and then the Hopkins House. So parking needs are obviously very dependent on the vision option that's selected. The options range in intensity from limiting it to the grass parking area that we already have planned for this year that's in the 2026 annual plan, creating additional parking on site, which there's limited opportunity to do that. And other items for more intensive use, you could shuttle folks from City Hall or purchase nearby or adjacent land to create parking slightly off-site. So for council's benefit, we have received questions and concerns from Colorado Open Lands recently about the currently planned parking area. So just to remind everyone, that's the northeast corner of the east side, closest to Quincy. The plan is to put in a parking grid that allows vegetation to grow up through it so that the appearance will just be a field, but it'll be about 25 parking spaces that we can use for events. It will not be open as general parking during the day. It will only be open in conjunction with Cherry Hills Land Preserve or city events. So based on that, even options 1 and 2 might face some challenges going forward. And then obviously options 3 and 4 up here come with their own difficulties about neighborhood impact and cost. The second item that will require clarification is the Hopkins House. So there wasn't explicit instruction at the May 20th meeting, but we listened and re-listened to that meeting recording, and our impression is that council landed upon rehabilitating the house and using it to host small events, whether those are city events, CHLP, nonprofit, and or private events. But we didn't want to presume. We wanted this to be a clear council decision. So I have highlighted this structure separately. And lastly, I want to make sure that we know what to bring back on June 16th. So what we're anticipating bringing is a short written paragraph vision similar to what we were discussing last year. This is the old vision. This was not drafted for this meeting. So that's what we're anticipating bringing back, but obviously want to hear from council to make sure that that's correct, and want to know, if there are other materials we can provide to help make that decision for the vote at the next meeting, which again will be on June 16th. We did receive several public comment letters from folks that have been provided for you on the dais. I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions at this point. And if there are none, I can turn it over to the Land Preserve.
And just when Emily says clarifying questions, we are asking council not to dive into the actual debate right at this moment. Just if there's some information or text or something that doesn't quite make sense, that would be good. But we are hoping that you would wait to hear from the Land Preserve first before you started engaging in the debate.
Councilor Fisher.
Thank you, first of all, Emily, again, tons of work. Explain more what you think we came up with about doing to the Hopkins House, kind of the floor of what your understanding, not just you, but, the
Sure.
committee's understanding of.
There seemed to be consensus that the course we would take would be, in terms of the structure treatment, rehabilitation. So basically updating the house just for a new use, which would be these small events. There had been discussion at one point about, making it a more historic house, more like a museum. But overall, council's general agreement seemed to be hosting these small events.
So that would include then some furnishings, or at least setting up one room, to accommodate small land preserve events or city events, or maybe small private events.
That's correct.
Okay.
At one point, there was discussion, maybe not on May 20th, about, sort of a complete remodel from the tippy top all the way down. I think what this rehabilitation is contemplating is more of a middle of the road. There would certainly need to be some, maybe structural, but it wouldn't necessarily be from the,
Okay.
remodeling every last, molding it just
Right.
would be to try and get it more presentable.
Yeah, I guess I'm assuming that that the only way we could add, furniture and tables or whatever we would need to do for this, it would have to look historic.
No, that's,
necessarily?
no.
Even
There's
though
no
it's on the
requirement for the
register?
interior.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the National Historic Register really applies to the exterior of the
Okay.
building, unless you're creating something like a period correct museum.
Right.
The registry itself does not have any preference or interest about what types of furniture you put in the house.
Interesting. Okay, thanks.
Other questions?
I think we really haven't talked about the Hopkins House and what to do with it very much at all. I always assumed the issue of rehab or restoration was still an open issue. Okay, that's fine. And then the only other thing, and when you were talking about parking, I noticed you didn't mention Kent whether to enter into an agreement with them as a potential option. I don't know, maybe it's not, but I just thought that should be on the list, that's all.
Other questions? Yep, Counselor Heller.
This one, can you say a little bit more about, there was some, the 25 parking lot spots, I thought you said Colorado Lands had a problem with it. Just say a little bit more about that.
They have, so we sent Colorado Open Lands the annual plan back in January, I believe, beginning of the year, once council had approved it. They had sent us a little more than a month later questions about both the parking area and the trail that we had planned to install on the east side. So they asked for more information about both. I provided that to them, and then just in the last 2 weeks, I believe, they have emailed again asking for more information again about the parking area, and saying that they had concerns both that it might be pavement, which it's like grasscrete basically, or we might not even use grasscrete. It might be more permeable than that, and concerns about vegetation being able to grow up through it and establish. So I don't have, we're not far enough along in design for me to answer those questions I think that they've asked right now, because we're just getting into the beginning of design for that project. But obviously I'll keep council posted as we hear more from them.
Yeah, because I think the conservation easement specifically disallows more impervious surface.
That's correct.
Yes, Counselor Eber, question.
While I'm trying to stay up at the 30,000-foot level still, is, to me, talking a little bit about the Anderson House, it seems like I would need to understand a little bit sort of what the envisioned uses could be in that building versus what could it provide that isn't necessarily covered by either the barn or the Hopkins House, would help me decide how important it is to the overall property. And then similarly, sort of the idea of if you do, let's say there were 10 steps on the Anderson House, the variations on cost for the different use options would be helpful for me to understand a little bit more about the discussion about the Anderson House. That doesn't, I know my comments don't go to the general concept of how much an intense the use is on the west side, but it does kind of give me an idea about some things that I would hope to know about for the Anderson House.
Okay. Let's move on to the presentation. Oh, yep, Counselor Heller.
Just one more along the same lines. When we do go through it, so not now, Emily, if you could spend a little bit of time on the National Historic Registry and what structures are in, how it's made up, the difference between the Hopkins House and the Anderson House relative to the registry. I think that would be helpful too in terms of which option to ultimately choose.
Well, now would be.
Yeah, I was gonna say, now would be a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I that's in that document. Do you want to give that overview of the?
Yes, so the property is designated as a district under the National Historic Register. So buildings contribute or do not contribute to the district. So of all of the buildings on the property, the only ones that do not contribute to the historic designation are the garage that's on the west side. It was built relatively recently. And Candy's house, the east side farmhouse that we're going to be installing restrooms in this year. That was modified to be a house. It was originally a stable. It lost its historic integrity, so it's not contributing to the designation. There is not really a difference under the National Historic Register between the Anderson House and the Hopkins House. Where a difference between the two really comes in is actually in the conservation easement. So according to the National Register, they're historic buildings. But per the conservation easement, Kat was attached to the Hopkins House and the big barn and was not attached to her house. So in the conservation easement, she specifies that you can take down the Anderson House if you would like to, but the Hopkins House and the big barn must be preserved per the easement. So there's also a chart in your packet after those two documents that compares and contrasts the two, because the two documents do contradict each other in multiple ways.
Emily, you might just talk for a moment about all those structures that have a contributing status and what that means for council's ability to do anything with them.
Yes. So, so the National Historic Register is not, law is the best way I can think to say it. So there are certain advantages of adhering to what the registry says, right? You can get, if you're a private homeowner, you can get tax breaks. In our case, we are eligible for grants for those historic properties. If we do take down a historic property, there is a chance that the State Historic Fund or other historic organizations we might see grants from might not look on that very favorably. So it could jeopardize potential future grants. That being said, those grants are quite competitive. So I can't give you a great sense of how lucky we might be applying for those grants.
And I would just add, when Emily says that those structures are historic, they're historic according to the National Register. You might read Denver Post articles about other cities where they're deemed historic. They're often deemed historic according to their local ordinances, which does make them law. That is not what we're talking about here. They are only historic from a National Register perspective. So this all sounds like minutia and tiny little details, but it is easy to get confused about. Sometimes historic has just different meanings in different places. That's all.
Okay. Let's move on to the presentation from the Land Preserve.
She's gonna.
Oh. Hello, everyone. As you know, I'm Ellen Thompson, Executive Director of Cherry Hills Land Preserve, and I live at 2955 Cherry Ridge Road. So Cherry Hills Land Preserve was asked to provide our recommendation on the visioning options presented tonight. So as we've kind of talked about, we have different hats we put on. The team hat sits over here that helped create those with staff and Earl. Tonight, we are speaking as Cherry Hills Land Preserve with our recommendation. And we really appreciate the opportunity to have our voice heard tonight. So let's get right to it. Am I not doing this right? All right, so thank you, Laura. CHLP strongly recommends Vision A, nature and mountain views. At a high level, what we like about Vision A and our interpretation here of what this could be if adopted is that it creates two very clear complementary parts of the farm, a quiet, natural west side and a more active, program-focused east side, each supporting the other without competing. And of course, the Hopkins House still is that historic anchor. So let's talk about what our recommendation is based on. I'll start and then I'll hand it over to Laura, and Harold Scramstad will speak as well. So first, our recommendation for Vision A is based on significant on-the-ground experience at Quincy Farm. Over the past several years, we have hosted about 75 programs and events, which has given us a very unique perspective on this visioning topic and a clear understanding of how people interact with the property and what it takes to host events responsibly. We put on only 2 to 3 larger events each year, our community barn party, Earth Day, and usually a fall program. These events require so much planning and coordination on a property with significant infrastructure constraints. We approach each event with great care for both the farm and the surrounding neighbors, including managing the vendors, the parking, the noise, all while protecting the landscape itself. On the day of an event, we typically rely on about 25 or more volunteers, neighbors, residents, students who truly know and care about the farm And that's what keeps everything running smoothly and helps protect the site. That level of care and support would be very difficult, if not impossible, to replicate for any large private event. So what we've learned is this: Quincy Farm can absolutely support various events, but only when they're thoughtfully scaled to the site and the surroundings. And we think that's exactly what Vision A could do. Second up here, feedback, resident feedback. We've had the benefit of hearing directly from residents through our educational programs, volunteer events, the barn party, tours, and many informal conversations. While we've never conducted a formal survey about what to do on the west side, there's some very clear themes that come up again and again. People consistently talk about how much they value the open space, the mountain views, and the ability to take a walk around the property. When conversations turn specifically to the future of the main house, most residents we speak with agree with CHLP's recommended vision, Vision A. But yes, some people say, I've always liked that house, and we understand that. But when the conversation expands to include the full picture, renovation costs, ongoing maintenance, no parking, duplication of other building uses, limited access for residents, lights, noise, and the likelihood of increased use from visitors across the Denver metro area if turned into an event venue, that's when their perspectives shift. And the residents we've talked to appreciate what could be gained: more open space with the removal of the house, expanded views, habitat restoration, and a quieter west side, all leading to Vision A as the best long-term approach. 3, the quiet character of the surrounding neighborhoods. So Quincy Farm doesn't exist on its own. It is part of a residential neighborhood, and that context really matters. Our experience hosting events has reinforced how important it is to carefully manage traffic, parking, noise, etc. Steve Scovey, who lives right across in Cherrydale, recently gave us what I consider one of the best compliments. He said he doesn't even know when our events are happening. We take that as a sign that we're doing this the right way, and that any future private events should be low impact and respectful of both the neighbors and the farm, again, leading us to Vision A. So now I'd like to turn it over to Laura, president of our board.
Evening. Laura Chrisman, 18 Cherry Lane Drive, president of Cherry Hills Land Preserve. I'm going to address the the conservation easement very briefly, as I imagine that many of you have read that more times than you would like. But one of the things that's very clear about Vision A is it complies with the conservation easement. There's a specific provision that not only says that you can take it down, it says you don't need COL's consent. So that's, you don't even, I think, need to tell them. They'll just find out. So that's, that's an important provision that makes Vision A possible. We've, in the village, heard a lot of chatter over the years about Cat and Cat's legacy, and I think people are very concerned that we honor that legacy. But I think, and I'm going to read, many of you know this quote. This is a quote from Cat. This is not what I heard Cat say. This is what Cat said, and there's a video with Cat saying it. They can take the front house, Hawkins, down. They can take this, they can't take the front house down. I'm dyslexic, sorry guys. They can't take the front house down. They can't take this barn down, but they can take my house down. And I think that's important when we look at Cat's legacy, that Cat did not expect that to be necessarily part of her legacy. She didn't care. I do want to talk a little bit about her legacy, just a minute, because I want to honor the hard work that Emily and the city has done in respecting Cat's legacy. The pond, the barn, the redoing the fields, what Hans has done. So I do think there's a long record of respecting that legacy, and will continue to do so under Vision A. The next thing up there is the Cherry Hills Village Master Plan. Unlike the 2014 Quincy Farm Visioning report, which did not even allow public input, those of you who are part of the master plan know how much public input we had in 2022. There were 3 surveys, there were several open houses, and there were over 4,500 emails and letters to influence what was going on with our master plan. Vision A complies with the master plan in all respects. I believe, Cherry Hills Land Preserve believes that it is really the only one that fully complies. So let me read to you from the master plan. And this is from the defined character, the vision of our citizens of what the character of the city should be. The city should focus its character on low-density housing, as well as open spaces, trails, trees, the quality of view sheds, and preserving a pastoral or natural feel of the city. This Vision A aligns with the visions set forth in the master plan. And those visions had tremendous amount of public input. Okay, so the next one is Conservation Master Plan. Okay, responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. All of you can do a cost-benefit analysis pretty quickly on this. But I do want to talk a little bit about spending a lot of money on the Anderson House. I think it's important to do a cost-benefit analysis of that by itself. Because if you're spending the money, what is the benefit to the community? I'm not sure. The one thing we have not discussed, because it's impossible to determine, is with specificity, is the long-term cost associated with that building and the uses that you put to it. Maybe you'll get revenue that'll offset that. Maybe you won't. This is a huge risk and of taxpayer dollars. You don't know that you'll get that money back. Is this where the taxpayers want to spend their dollars? Our experience by talking to people in the community and as set forth in the master plan, if you've got money, they want more trails, they want more open space, they want better view corridors. That's within the parks concept. And I think that's important. So that's really all I was going to say. And I have the tremendous honor of introducing to those of you who don't know him, Harold Scramstead. If you had an opportunity to look at his resume, which is several pages long, he is been an amazing assistance, not only to Cherry Hills Land Preserve as an advisor, but also from time to time to our committee, to council occasionally. And I think one of the important things you should know is he has literally spent hundreds of hours doing this, and he has not been paid a penny. I did buy him coffee. So with that being said.
I hope it was a really good coffee.
Yeah.
Did you grind it by hand?
Thank you, Laura. It's a delight to be in front of council again. It's good to see you all, new faces and some old faces. So CHLP has asked me to share a few of what I consider to be the best practices for the management of natural and historic sites. First, successful sites use their fundamental purpose as a gyroscope that sets the direction and guides every activity. Sites usually have very influential and strong-willed people on their governing authority, to wit. And so without a shared purpose and direction, it's very easy to always have multiple opinions and multiple decisions, and that can create real chaos. An example, I worked with a nature center here in the Denver area in which about half of the governing authority felt it wanted to be a hardcore manager of habitat. The other half of the board thought education was the most important. And they fought this out for about 10 years. And the site suffered dramatically. And it wasn't until one of their significant donors came to them and said, you have to decide what you're going to be, because we're not going to support two somewhat contradictory objectives. And that helped the organization dramatically to put it to a vote, to have a discussion, and come up with a shared purpose. Second, successful sites recognize that mission creep can dilute or erase the characteristics that gave it its original value. Mission creep is inevitable when there's not a clear and shared purpose. Every new idea has to be considered, and the dilution of purpose is inevitable. Worked with an urban farm in which teaching discipline and hard work to underserved communities was their core mission, but they felt they needed more revenue. So in fact, they developed an equine program to teach to upper middle class young ladies horseback riding. Turned out, in fact, that this not only diluted their mission, but it diluted their money, because it turned out to be a dead ringer wrong thing to do. So you had the organization leaking its financial resources, and as a result of that, losing the confidence of its donor community and the community that it served. Thirdly, successful sites recognize that mission creep has a direct impact on fiscal sustainability. Again, I would use the previous example. As mission and purpose expands, financial resources are diluted and often confused. The result of this confusion often kills the organization or dramatically lessens its financial support, throwing it into a death spiral. Thirdly, or fourth, successful sites listen to their users. Too often, again, the governing authorities are so sure they are right, they neglect the input of supporters and users. The result is the loss of valuable ideas and the potential for reduced financial support. And I would use as a benchmark for that your own Cherry Hills Land Preserve, which has, from the beginning of this project and the public programs that they put on at Quincy Farm, they have consistently listened to their visitors and users and used that feedback to shape their new programs. Successful sites are program-driven rather than facilities-driven. This is really important. There are hundreds and hundreds of historic homes around this country. And starting with the bicentennial, there was a huge movement to restore and preserve, or to preserve and to restore both the exterior and the interior of these, assuming that that preservation in itself would have such public benefit that people would send money and want to visit these restored historic houses. Not true at all. And for the last 20 or 30 years, there are small historical societies, and communities all around the United States that are converting these historic houses to community centers, to B&Bs, and in many cases, actually putting them back on the putting a conservation easement on them and selling them to residents of the community so that they can be active continuing parts of the physical fabric of those communities. Successful sites work with partner organizations such as schools and other organizations who share compatible missions to leverage program effectiveness and fiscal efficiency. Again, I would say CHLP is a perfect example of that. They have worked with the Audubon Society, with the beekeepers, with a whole series of other community organizations who share somewhat the same mission in order to really leverage both their effectiveness and their fiscal efficiency. And finally, successful sites recognize the need for aggressive marketing efforts to remind users of their existence and their importance. And again, I would use your own CHLP as a perfect example of that. Ellen has been absolutely relentless and very, very successful. And the attendance and user figures at Quincy Farm over the last 3 or 4 years have really shown that to be an incredible success stories. So, in my opinion, the founding document for Quincy Farm is the conservation easement. It's your charter, if you will. And I'm sorry, not good at this. And I think it's important to revisit the purposes outlined in the conservation easement: providing open space and scenic views, preservation of native habitat, preservation of historic structures of importance to the local area. It seems, in my assessment, that these purposes provide very clear guidance to the future development of Quincy Farm. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so is there anything else from staff or any
No, at this-
concluding comments or?
At this point, we are ready to turn it over to you for discussion.
Okay, so I know there's a lot here and there's a lot that we could go. And so in order to start the discussion, I think what I'd like to do is have people go down and make your kind of initial comments after reading and hearing. And then we can see if there's any recurring themes appearing and go there. So since you're smiling at me, Karen, I will start with you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. That was terrific. My initial thoughts are probably mostly with A, but I would like to further explore exactly what we're going to do with the Hopkins House. I think that we were told at one of these many meetings, or maybe it was in many of these packets, that there are artifacts and, you know, some stuff in the Anderson House that's worth saving. Like that might, am I making this up, Emily? Like some stuff that
There are a lot of items in the Anderson House. There are none that I know of that are especially historically significant.
Oh, okay.
There are a lot of old items.
Yes.
A lot of old
There are a
items.
lot of old books.
But whether or not they are historically significant is a different conversation
Okay.
than I think we're having.
Okay, okay. The only other question that I have is, because like many of the people up here, I did spend a lot of time looking at all those historical documents, visioning and master planning and committeeing. And the notion of some sort of a nature center came up consistently many times. In fact, even the Cherry Hills Land Preserve said, we are excited, there was a quote in there that said, we are excited to fundraise for this nature center. I am not convinced that people would come to a nature center, but I guess I just want to better understand why that hasn't really been discussed since the maybe annual plans started a few years ago. And whether the programming at the big, over on the east side is sort of accomplishing that. Just what the thoughts are on that.
Okay, thank you.
Why did that disappear?
Counselor Robinson.
Great. So I hope you'll indulge me. I've got a written statement here.
Yeah, please.
As I studied this. I will shorten it. But first I want to thank Emily for all the work she's done this year and over the years in pulling this together. And I want to recognize Earl and Katie for all the hours you've spent already in imagining the future of Quincy Farm, and also the steps that have been taken by prior councils and our partners at CHLP. So I've spent some time, and I just wanted to highlight one thing that I think is worth discussing that's missing from the discussion so far. And so I'm just going to take some pieces of the packet, which was so carefully put together and really helpful. So on page 334, I'll just read the last one. This is the National Park Service Hopkins Farm National Register designation. It talks about dairy farms on the Front Range in Saraz, and at the end it says, every attempt to preserve, protect, or call attention to these special buildings is a tribute to our agricultural heritage. As one of the last remaining intact dairy farms in Arapahoe County, the Hopkins Quincy Farm stands out as a property worth preserving, connecting us to an earlier time in Colorado's history. So for me, that's an important consideration. Then the executive summary from the Envisioning Committee in 2014, 351. The Hopkins House, visible from Quincy Avenue, is the oldest, most intact farmhouse within the village. The house can be modified to become a welcome or nature center, museum, or educational facility, and could serve as the focal point for CHV's park system. Then also in that visioning document 2014, 4 pages later, Quincy Farm emphasizes youth education, community programming, sustainable environmental practices, and cultural opportunities in a rural historic setting. So maybe you know where I'm going with this. The education element of this is critical to me. Then the vision statement in that same document, Quincy Farm can further contribute to CHV, Cherry Hills Village's goals by serving as a hub for the city's entire park and trail system. As described in the land use section below, Quincy Farm is ideally positioned to be the hub for programs and activities that extend to all of the city's parks and trails. Imagine a ranger station where visitors can learn about bird watching spots throughout the city, and then it goes on from there. I'm shortening this. Then 3 pages later, the west area could be used as a nature center or interpretive center. Then in the master plan now in June 2020, page 398, the mission of the farm is defined as enriching the lives of youth, adults, and families through conservation, educational opportunities, and the experience of a historic Colorado farm in a natural setting. Plan, and then there was later in that same document, plan for a conversion of the garage at the main house to a nature center as a place for educational opportunities. And then in Exhibit F, the property description that we've seen right here is a place to enjoy educational programs, explore a unique historical farm and its open space, and connect with neighbors. And so to me, I am in favor of option A. I think that is in keeping with what I have pulled out of the documents and my understanding, and talk with my constituents about what they would like to see. But I think it is worth discussing what I think may be missing, which is this historic educational element. And I wonder whether, and I know, I believe you are a doctor, PhD, Dr. Skramstad has significant experience about, whether, I appreciated his comment. I was originally thinking that we would want to restore that Hopkins House to be culturally back to the turn of the century, the 1900. And that maybe there should be a nature center or a museum talking about dairy life at the turn of the century or something, maybe where the garage is on the west side. So that option A with that piece, which could be considered later. But I do want to also point out that I think that the east side should be open for private events in keeping with the ground rules that we would establish, such as the number of guests, over by 10 p.m. in the evening. These sorts of things, right? And so anyway, so I will conclude my comments. Thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you. Counselor McGuire.
I love the Anderson House so much. I think it's such a cool house. But Randy, former council member Randy Wall, sent us a letter that was really persuasive. And as much as I hate to say it, I think it makes sense to remove the Anderson House. Breaks my heart. But I think the cost of rehabbing it and then maintaining it is just doesn't make sense for the village. So I am in that respect. I think that I am open to limited small events on the west side, especially if we do rehab or restore that Hopkins House. And I also am a big believer in that a nature center of some sort would really be a benefit. I don't know that necessarily has to be in the Hopkins House. I mean, there are a lot of buildings on the east side, and I don't know whether the baby barn or any of those other barn buildings could be used for that. But that is something I think would really be worth investing in. And in terms of events on the east side, I am okay with small and even medium-sized events. I think large events don't make sense for the size of the farm and the community around it. So I think I've come around to that side. So I think I'm primarily A, but perhaps with a little more openness on events at the farm.
All right, Counselor Holland.
First of all, thanks to Emily for incredible amount of work, as well as the staff, but Emily in particular, and the CHLP. Ellen is an indefatigable secret weapon, and getting the opportunity over the years to work with Harold Skramstad has been one of the pleasures of my life. I've truly enjoyed, and I could always listen to him just constantly. So thank you for that. I'm going to shorten my comments, and I got to be honest. When I got Randy Wheel's letter, I basically ripped up my script because I said, I'm just going to be repeating what Randy said. I thought, did this guy break into my basement and take my script? Randy and I tend to agree on a lot of things, but I was blown away. And then Laura hit on a lot of the same points. The point is, there are a lot of factors, none of which are determinative, okay? But they're relevant, and relevant at different degrees. People talk about Kat Anderson and what she wanted to do, that she wanted the west side to be a low-intensity focus, that the main residence wasn't important, just the big barn in the Hopkins House. And a lot of people make a big deal out of that or not a big deal, and it's not determinative, but it is relevant. Another factor that we haven't heard a lot about, although someone did mention Steve Scovey, are the neighbors. And by neighbors, it's the people in proximity to the farm. I think it's fair to say, and I could stand to be corrected, I think the desires of that constituency only range from don't use it at all to low-level uses. I have not heard one neighbor saying, I can't wait until we start having large events there on the property. Not one. Now, again, not determinative as to what the neighbors say, but it is relevant. The third factor, which was talked about, is the taxpayer dollars and the values of the projects. We are fortunate that we are in a good financial situation, but just because we have the resources doesn't mean that we need to spend them. We always have to ask, what is the best use of our taxpayer dollars? Again, not determinative, but relevant, and for me, highly relevant. And a fourth factor, which Laura touched on, is the master plan, which is the advisory document, quoting from that directs future city councils concerning the vision for the community and sets the direction for city policies and actions across a range of topics. It's the roadmap for major investments that the city may make in coming years for parks, open space, streets, trails, cellular technology, and other amenities. Just a couple of the goals in there for character were adopt streetscape, park, and trail designs that preserve key views of the mountains from local streets, parks, and trails in the city. And another one was preserve key wildlife corridors and habitat in the city and design trails and plantings to promote the viability of these corridors. When I think through all of those factors, I come down very clearly on Vision A myself. It comports with the donor wishes, the neighbor desires, and obviously the master plan, as it's the only vision up there really that will increase the amount of open space and that opens up spectacular view corridors and provides more habitat for nature. It also seems to be in line with most of the citizen input that we've heard, to the extent we've heard citizen input. But again, CHLP has gotten a lot of that. And based on the current cost projections, Vision A would save the city anywhere between $1 million and $6 million, depending upon which of the competing visions is used for comparison. And allowing those dollars to be used for other priorities, including, by the way, taxpayer relief. By the way, I'd point out that there's an interesting article in this month's Crier on that topic that you may want to look at. It also has the benefit of not requiring a solution to what I think is probably the most insurmountable problem, or one that would add substantial amounts of money, which is the parking issue. So from my perspective, I'm in favor of Vision A. Again, the details, which we're not getting into, which says, again, the size of the events, I mean, that's a wide open type of a thing. I don't think it's large, but I think you got to define what small means. It could mean medium along those lines. And then we'd look at possibly what might be done, small events on the west side possibly, or utilizing the Hopkins House. I'm certainly open to the type of restoration and rehabilitation we do for the Hopkins House. I think that is something that needs to be discussed. What we know is we want to rehabilitate it and certainly restore it. The question is to what extent, and that's certainly an open question, and I think that could fit in with Vision A. So from my perspective, that's where I come down.
All right, Councilor Eber.
Thank you, Mayor. Also extending my thanks. Emily, you've done a wonderful, wonderful job of keeping this on track, informed for all of us. Thank you very much to the Land Preserve. I very much enjoy coming to all the projects and all the different things that you put on. And as you know, I'm a environmental guy myself, so I enjoy the mission. I enjoy the functions that you put on, so thank you. I also want to thank the rest of the city staff for having this as a part of it. I mean, Quincy Farm is not exactly easy to take care of. When we talked about money, I think that we cannot ignore that, basic upkeep of the property costs a certain amount of money regardless of what level of programming there is. Regardless of whether or not there's an Anderson House. One of the things that I try to think a little bit about is, many of us do this, but, law school made us argue both sides of the case, so here I go. What are people getting in option A for their current tax burden that the property carries? We've heard Dr. Scramstad, we've heard a lot of the land preserve. My personal opinions are that, you know, there is an inherent value to a quiet, open space that is quantifiable by a method that I used to use in environmental cleanup was called contingent value valuation. It basically asked people, how much is it worth it to you to know that there is a park where you can recreate or have pensive, quiet time, or, you know, and tried to actually put an economic value to that so that you knew what level of cleanup you were trying to do. Well, I kind of look at the farm in that same way as something that is uniquely special to this property. Knowing that our residents can go there and have quiet space, a reminder of the natural vistas that are there, the historic link to what agricultural life was here in the village a long time ago. And let's not forget the importance of the building and construction and the fact that we actually own this part of the Highline Canal provides an unbelievable resource to this village that when I talk about lots of people who may not share that same cost-benefit analysis of the upkeep and the maintenance versus what you get, I try to think of what it is. They say, I want access to it, I want to use it, my tax dollars are going to keep it up, I want to be there whenever I want and however I want. Well, I tend to route those people to our existing parks because those are exactly for use. And that this type of property is to fulfill those other needs that I think a community can have. And so it does hold a unique piece that to me offsets a lot of the arguments of I don't have access for my tax dollars. So then I come back to the other side of the fence and say, but you do have access for your tax dollars. You can still do programming. You can still fully enjoy the east side. And you can frankly enjoy the west side as well. It's just it isn't with a big old bash. I am concerned about the idea, and I think I've articulated to all of us before, that to me as a public open space, it could become the hottest event venue in Colorado or certainly in the Denver area if we weren't careful. And then we need to be careful to make sure that those things stay on the west side. And even though I think Kat did say that a good wedding every now and again would be a permissible use of the property, I would tend to say, I think she was talking about her own private events more than having it turn into a event and function space. With respect to the Anderson House, my thoughts are that former council member Wiles' comments make a pretty compelling argument. And it may be a couple years old, and there may be some new things that we can look at. But, you know, I think it really comes down to what vision do you really want to see that structure have that necessitates it being here because the other buildings can't. I'm taking it for a basic comment that we're going to have some level of renovation in the Hopkins House. Dr. Cram said, you mentioned the idea that habitat preservation and education may not necessarily be on parallel tracks with each other. And before you told me the punchline, I was listening, well, of course they can go together because at Quincy Farm, we want both habitat preservation and the conservation easement and all the programming that Land Preserve has done has really talked an awful lot about education being a basis of what it is that they're doing. so in that vein, I guess maybe in that one location, they may not have been matching up, but I seem to think that for the land preserve activities that we've seen so far, they do land up and that we can line up and that we can be proud of being able to say that this property has that. You know, do we have a common place for community members to meet? Well, we have the Big Barn. We have Village Center, you know, HOAs that wanted to have a meeting, Boy Scout people that wanted to have a meeting, you know, whatever the club is that meets within the parameters still of being educational enough that we could say that it could be at Quincy Farm. I think that, you know, we can handle it, I think, through the Big Barn and the small house, or what a Candy's house, maybe as a storage facility for some of the activities that would go on. But until I know exactly what the vision that the Anderson House could be, to me, it doesn't merit preservation in the overall scheme of things. I can be wrong and I can be convinced. But between having the Hopkins House, the Big Barn, I do, you know, really like the idea of nature type of center and incorporating a part of the museum kind of as a part of the Hopkins House maybe, but not the purpose of the Hopkins House. And so Earl mentioned what is small, what is large. You know, I think that the Land Preserve event on an annual basis, 175 people-ish, I kind of think that's pretty big, but we did say small private events on the east side. We didn't really say small governmental events on the east side. So I do think, though, that controlled larger events by the city and by the Land Preserve can happen, but I do think on the east side is the right place. Where I'm going with all of this is I think that my overall conclusion is that I am cognizant of the need to fund the upkeep and the requirements of keeping Quincy Farm, but that it is so unique that it is worth having it as open space vista that I choose option A.
All right, thank you. Counselor Heller.
As everyone else said, my thanks to the Land Preserve and Emily and staff, and in particular, Emily, for the remedial help, extra documents I've had for weeks to go through, so super helpful. You know, I've listened, and I think there's an advantage to going last. I'll try to keep it short, but I think everybody has made great points. I too, just to give you the headline, am in favor of A, but I have a couple of questions about it and a couple of embellishments. First of all, in reading all of the materials multiple times, there are clearly references to private events. You mentioned Kat's mentioning of weddings. It comes up in other places. But as I look at sort of the synthesis in total, the vast majority of the conversation is about the historical dairy farm, nature, the vistas, the nature of Cherry Hills Village. And I really think that ought to be the driving element of what we do. And to a very large degree it is in option A. The devil's in the details on what small means. I think that's probably best left for staff to come back if, in fact, it sounds like we're going with option A, if that's the direction that's given. But I do think a couple of key points. I'm, as I think we said last time, fine with private events at the Hopkins House, but not the rest of the West. I think that's not really in line with the synthesis of all of the documents that I've read. There's going to be exceptions here and there. There's not, 100% clarity. And I would be, well, I guess I've already said it, leave it to staff to what, small private events means. The other point is, and it really is not mentioned too much, a little bit in the doctor's presentation where there was a mention of best practices for natural and historical sites, and only one reference to preservation. I think on the last page it mentioned. And so I don't really have a huge dog in the fight about whether to keep or not the Anderson House. Obviously, option A says to remove it. But I am, I guess, questioning whether such a dramatic decision should be made without a little bit more public input. I don't know if it's survey or a specific, sort of session to hear what the public has to say if that house is going to be raised. It certainly makes the most economic sense. I also think, and Rob, I think you were getting to it a little bit, and as did the doctor, that you don't just preserve a structure, you fail, under a National Historic just for the purpose of preserving. I don't think we want to end up with a bed and breakfast on, a Quincy Farm property. But, are we sure about whether some of the ideas that have been talked about, a nature center sounds great. Not so sure about a museum, but a nature center sounds great. Is there a home for that kind of facility or some other use in Anderson House if it really makes a difference to our public, given that, as I understand it, Emily, it is just as much a part of the National Historic Registry as the Hopkins House. There's really no difference. We may see a difference, but there really isn't from the standpoint of the Historical Registry. I also recognize that the easement, conservation easement, does not indicate preservation of the Anderson House as required by that document, but that's separate and apart from the National Historic Registry. So I'll conclude there. I think A is the way to go. I'm very interested in hearing what small private events means, what staff comes back with, and wonder if we could get some input on the part about raising the home. It's a very, very significant and permanent, action that, is not going to ever come back. So to be 100% sure it's what our citizenry wants, not by any, vote of the people or the like, but at least some, particular opportunity to get some input.
Thank you. I think that's a great segue to my comments. I, too, would like to reiterate my thanks and deepest respect to everyone in this room, staff, council, Land Preserve, Dr. Scramstad. And that's particularly important to me because I am going to disagree very strongly with a lot of what has just been said. So please take that. It's no offense. It's just a different perspective. I agree that we have to decide what we're going to be. And that's been the problem, kind of the challenge all along, is that we need a vision for Quincy Farm of what it's going to be and what we're going to be. And at our core, we are a city. And our job is to serve our community and our constituents. Yes, preservation of open space is incredibly important to our constituents, but we are not a conservation organization. We're a city government. Yes, nature, very important to our constituents as well. But can we do that? Can we preserve that and still serve our constituents? I really appreciated this spectrum that was laid out. I think it's a great starting point for the discussion. And I want to start my thoughts with the historic designation. And really, I think Councilor Heller said a lot of it. The historic nature of the property is a key conservation value. It's a key reason this property was preserved in the first place and that it was issued a conservation easement. And it's important to note that the entire farm is designated as a historic district. And that includes the Blackmer Anderson House, the barn, the baby barn, et cetera. Those buildings are approaching 100 years old. While Cat was fine with the house being destroyed or torn down, it is a contributing structure to the historic designation. It does have historic value. I also found former Councilor Wheels' email very compelling, but I do disagree that it doesn't have as much significance as other things. It's a nearly 100-year-old last surviving example of a dairy farm in Arapahoe County. And I think that it's important to note that in the historic designation, it talks about the landscaping around the house. It talks about plans for landscaping that were never actually constructed. The farm wasn't just open space. It wasn't just natural trees and grass. It was a farm that had pastures, that had landscaping, that had farms, that had riding arenas and barns. So it was more than just natural habitat. And I think that's what we are being asked to preserve by the conservation easement. That historic designation was very important to me. I know it was an important part of the conversation of the visioning committee that we wanted to maintain that historic designation. That conversation came up when we talked about the pond, because the pond is also a contributing factor to the historic designation, and a reason to keep the pond, even though it is not the most effective way to irrigate, even though we lose a ton of water to evaporation, et cetera, et cetera. The historic element of that pond was a factor in the decision to keep it. So for me, this importance of the historic designation rules out option A. It also, because while nature and open space are important, the property already has that. There is a lot of open space on Quincy Farm already. There are already view corridors. We already have that. So I don't think that we need to demolish the Anderson House in order to achieve that. I know it's important to our residents. I know it's part of the master plan. And to use city manager's phrase, guess what? Good news. We've already got that. The Visioning Committee report, to quote a state, says the committee's vision is clear, that Quincy Farm is not just a piece of scenery to be viewed in passing. Active experiences and programs are a critical element of the vision. And I still strongly agree with that statement. I was on that committee. I believed it then. I still believe it now. And truly, with all due respect to the feedback we have received from the Land Preserve, the references to the west side as a quiet natural space, or the west side being solely natural habitat, open space, and scenic views is not consistent with the existing conditions. It's not consistent with the work of previous committees. It's not consistent with the conservation easement. And it's not an agreed upon vision. And it sounds like we might be agreeing upon that vision. It sounds like everyone else except me is agreed on that vision. But that wasn't a pre-stated objective. As I said, the property has a lot of pastures. It has existing views. We don't have to tear down the Anderson House in order to achieve that goal. So these same reasons also rule out option B for me. While that does preserve the historic designation of the farm, it really doesn't facilitate the engagement with the property that I think was important. And I think that's the ultimate goal, is the engagement and education and people interacting with and learning about the property. And I think the cost to just renovate something just to sit there unused does not deliver the return on the investment for our community. So I'm absolutely not in favor of just leaving it there as a shell. So then let's talk about, so now we're moving to option C. And let's talk about, we've talked about what would the uses of the Anderson House be. When we talk about community gathering spaces, I'm also going to strongly disagree with several assertions from various feedback that we have too many community gathering spaces already. We have one indoor community public gathering space right here. We have one park pavilion, and we might have the barn. But if the barn, while it's adorable and so well done, if that was the only gathering space that was going to be offered on Quincy Farm, then we should have invested in some temperature control. The barn is useful 3 months out of the year. It's either too hot in the summer to have events, it's too cold in the winter. There was an event canceled for tomorrow. That it's not really realistic to say that that is the single community gathering space. I think that the buildings on that property offer great value to the citizens of Cherry Hills Village. One of the greatest desires I've heard from community members over the years that I've interacted with them is the desire for public space. We don't have a library here. We don't have a rec center. We don't have neighborhood clubhouses. That's just not kind of our ethos. We have a lot of private clubs, but those are by definition private. We don't have places for the Bridge Club, the Mahjong group, the Girl Scouts. And I think both of the previous committee reports, the Visioning Committee and the Quincy Farm Committee, envisioned buildings on the west side serving as publicly available spaces. Not necessarily in the same way. I think the Visioning Committee was talking more about the Anderson House. The Quincy Farm Committee talked more about the garage. But both of those visions talked about publicly available spaces, community gathering spaces on the west side of the property. I know events is a very loaded term, and I think that we really have a problem of semantics. Quincy Farm is an event venue already. We host events there once a month. We host large events there. We host small events there. Events happen, that by definition makes it an event venue. Now, what people envision is Cherry Hills Country Club. You know, we're not talking about a 200-person ballroom. I don't think that was ever what's envisioned. But if the Land Preserve can host a beekeeping event there, why can't the Kent Denver Beekeeping Club also host an event there? If we have events with ponies, why can't a resident have their kids' pony birthday party there? If the barn party, which is a large event with live music, alcohol, people getting there, getting home, catering, if that works and the neighbors across the street say they don't even know that anything's going on, why are we so convinced that we can't establish a framework to allow the citizens of Cherry Hills Village to also have that access? This question came up before, and there is a difference between the Land Preserve and other organizations, but I think it was Councilor Eber that said, government events. Let's be clear, we have a partnership with the Land Preserve, but the Land Preserve is not the city. When the Land Preserve hosts the barn party there, that is a private, nonprofit organization hosting an event on their property. The key difference is that we have an MOU with the Land Preserve, and the Land Preserve provides an enormous amount of support and services and programming in conjunction with the city. So I'm not trying to downplay that at all. But I am uncomfortable with a distinction between what we think is good for the goose versus what we think is good for the gander. I think if large events are appropriate for the east side, then I think large events should be appropriate. The property itself has limitations. Nobody who wants a 300-person, formal sit-down dinner at Cherry Hills Country Club is going to instead hold it at Quincy Farm. The people who want to use this property will self-select based upon what the facility has to offer and what type of event they're looking to host. I sent a photo a couple months back to the city manager and the mayor pro tem prior to one of our meetings of a barn up in Grand County. It's a barn out in the middle of a field. There's no restrooms. I don't even think there's plumbing. They have a couple of porta potties. And the day that I walked by, there was a group hosting a summer camp for kids. I definitely have seen signs pointing to weddings. I've never been asked to attend one, but that wasn't what my wedding was like. But events come in all different shapes and sizes, different styles. The people who would be attracted to Quincy Farm will be attracted to it for what it has to offer, not what it doesn't. The conservation easement specifically calls out gatherings and celebrations as a preservation use, and that preservation uses are allowed on the west side. I think that what we really should be talking about, and in prior conversations, Councilor McGuire had said that what we really should be talking about is just gatherings in general and what the general parameters are for those types of things. What is an appropriate size? And so I agree with comments that have been made about, what does small mean? What does large mean? What do we think is appropriate? And we would have to establish those kinds of rules, and how frequently is appropriate and all of those things. But I think we should be talking about those parameters as opposed to the specifics of public, private, weddings, not weddings, etc. For me, I think option C encapsulates all of that. And I think that active east and quieter west is exactly what is described in the conservation easement. The conservation easement doesn't say no west. It doesn't say just fields. It says limited public access. It does talk about preservation uses, which includes programs, gardens, gatherings and celebrations, public and private, classes for education, photography, painting, and other artistic endeavors. That's what I think the concept. So, comments that were made that only option A complies with that, I don't think that's true. I think that's sort of patently untrue. Of course, no discussion of Quincy Farm is complete without mentioning parking. Parking at Quincy Farm is definitely limited, but I don't see this as the unsurmountable obstacle that others seem to see it as. I think there were a list of 4 options provided on the slide by staff. I think Councilor McGuire or someone mentioned yet another one. And I think parking along Quincy is something that could be considered. I think there are options. And I also, look, we've had the barn party there twice. People got there and they got home. Figured it out. For people for whom parking is a problem, they're not going to want to have their event at a place where there's no parking. So problem solved. I think that there are examples that demonstrate how that parking obstacle can be achieved. Now, that being said, we will have to have permission and cooperation with Colorado Open Lands for that, and we may or may not be able to get it. But I don't think that to throw parking up as the barrier to even exploring these ideas further, I don't see it that way. And then the ROI and the financing of the property has always been an issue. And I'll just reiterate my broken record. You know, for me, this has never only been about taxpayer dollars. If it was about taxpayer dollars, then I think perhaps we made a mistake in accepting this as a gift to begin with. Every document that's ever been created for Quincy Farm has talked about the possibility of grant funding, which, by the way, potentially decreases if we lose our historic designation. I don't know how thoroughly that has been pursued. We don't really have the resources or manpower to pursue it at this point, and so it's a huge unknown. And I get that there is a big risk. I think one of you talked about, I think it was Laura who talked about, it is a big risk that we could say, this is the vision, and then the money doesn't follow. But there's nothing that requires us to implement the vision until the money follows. I think scaling back our vision with a attitude of not even trying, I think that would be unfortunate and short-sighted. The conservation easement does allow for user fees. I don't think that, I don't know, we've never done a business plan for this type of facility. I can't imagine that user fees would ever cover the cost of maintaining this property, but they certainly could contribute to the burden on the citizens and taxpayers. So in the draft master plan for Quincy Farm, one statement that stood out to me was, an overarching goal of the master plan will be to plan future use of the Quincy Farm property based on community needs while fitting within the Colorado Open Lands Conservation Easement. And the conservation easement says, the intent of the parties is to permit all other uses of the property that are not inconsistent with the preservation and protection of the conservation values and that are not expressly prohibited herein. As the mayor of Cherry Hills Village, I would like to be able to use this property to the extent, the fullest extent allowed by the conservation easement to serve the needs of Cherry Hills Village. The easement already places a lot of restrictions on the property. I don't understand why we would want to impose even more on ourselves than are already expressed in the conservation easement and then were intended in the gift. I think the fact that the recent ballot issue around Quincy Farm was defeated soundly identifies that, and you could take it a couple ways, this is just opinion, but in my talking with people, it was because the people want access to Quincy Farm. They don't want to just look at it. Both the visioning report and the draft master plan envision event programming activity on the west side, which is reflected in option C. And there was an enormous amount of volunteer time that has gone into that. There is also an enormous amount of volunteer and staff time that has gone into the most recent recommendations. But I don't want, and we've received several comments in the last week from people who were all supportive of option A, but I don't want to place more emphasis on that feedback just because it came in the last week. I don't think it holds any more weight than feedback that was received in previous years around some of these concepts. So I think that pretty much summarizes it. I did not really address the Hopkins House in my comments. I think that the Hopkins House is too small to be of value as a community gathering space. I mean, the open spaces inside there are very small. And so I think you'd be talking about events of, 5 to 10 people. That's not even the size of an HOA meeting. Certainly not the size of a Girl Scout troop or anything like that. So I think that, again, expecting that to be the vision, that doesn't work for me as the vision of a community gathering space that I think Quincy Farm could be and that I would like for it to be. So that being said, I acknowledge that that is an island of an opinion, and it seems like there is overwhelming support for option A.
Mayor, a couple of points.
Yes.
I actually am more aligned with you. I didn't quite understand, I don't think I agree with one of your last statements, why want more restrictions than just the conservation easement. But aside from that, I think it is maybe, again, inartfully, what I was trying to at least raise as questions. And the last point on more restrictions, maybe I misunderstood, because you also said, maybe there's a limit on the number of large events or the like, but with that caveat, closer than maybe you're thinking. So I'll just like to hear what others have to say, but again, for me, the Anderson House has two elements. One, which was raised, have a purpose for it, and two, what does our citizenry think? I think you alluded to the fact that they like a meeting center. I also like your words around serving Cherry Hills Village. But what I'm not super interested in, and what I mean by an event center, I don't think I said it this time, but I said it last time to your point, it's a tricky definition, is making it a regional event center for everybody to use. Now, you can limit that by, my daughter just reserved park space in Greenwood Village for a birthday party, and she pays for it. She's a Centennial resident. If you're a Greenwood Village resident, you don't pay to reserve. So, I mean, there are techniques that can be used, but those are sort of the, and again, I think it's, Chris, you and your staff, to, once you get direction on size, to figure out what those parameters are. I want for the record to note that I did not mention weddings tonight until you did. So, for the record.
I did notice that. Well, and I did, one thing I did really appreciate about your comments is that I, like you, would be very uncomfortable making a decision to remove the Anderson House without some public notice and input, because it is no going back. But that, again, is just me.
Emily, can you put up, I'm having trouble finding it in the package, the slide that you had that showed the different costs relating to these different use, the ABCD options.
Not more
summary-
detail than this number here, or?
Yeah, that was more detailed. Yeah, it's an exhibit.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
I do have it. Is there one or the other? I couldn't fit them all
That's it.
on one.
Yeah,
So
this-
is there one in particular you wanted? Because I have two and two.
Oh, yeah, this thing?
Yeah, so I have it. It's just, it won't fit in a legible way
Oh,
all the
got
way
it. Which
across.
page
So I
do
have
you
it
want?
split in
What
half.
page is it in the?
Do you want this page or this page?
Page 1 of 2.
That has the blue.
What?
The first page of it.
Yeah, so,
Oh, okay, sorry. I see. You have them on the slides even different than that. Okay.
Okay.
yeah, sorry, the color isn't translating correctly. So this is this, it's blue on my screen and it is not blue up here. So yes, this is that information. It's just split across two slides because it will not fit on one slide
Okay.
in a way that you can read. So I have nature, this is vision A and B, and then C and D I have in another slide.
So this is part of what made me decide that and I guess I don't know what the difference is, Emily, between the last two in terms of what's being done at the Anderson House. But the idea of spending $3 to $6 million to rehabilitate the Anderson House, I just couldn't get my head around spending that much taxpayer money to do it.
Well, I think
I think you're correct when you say we could charge fees to use it, but we'll never, I mean, realistically,
So
we won't, right?
the number for the Anderson House specifically on the slide that's up is that main house.
You're right.
And so it's 2.1 to 375, and this is exterior and limited interior, and this is full interior and exterior. And for the record, I don't know that anybody has ever really talked about option D.
Right,
I
but
think
it's-
people thought that's what we were talking about, but I don't think anybody ever talked about, building the Cherry Hills Country Club ballroom inside the Anderson House.
I think that came from, there was discussion about potential for outdoor events utilizing temporary tents and things like that.
Well, what does limited interior mean versus interior? Does it mean just the restrooms, or does it mean the rooms are going to be done nicely enough and the kitchen nicely enough to facilitate catering, right?
Limited interior was limited. So it was making the property accessible, because it's not right now. There's steps down and then up and then different levels in there. Making the bathrooms ADA accessible, and possibly some limited redoing of the kitchen. Well, yes, and the delightful
And
asbestos
asbestos, right.
removal that
But
needs
the floor
to be done.
plan would basically stay the same.
I
the
assumed it
main
basically
house-
meant making it safe to walk in the door.
And
not
use
much
the
else.
bathroom. And use the bathrooms. But the main house demo and regrading is $362,000.
Right.
So it's a significant.
Yes.
It was very difficult for me to get past that, when there isn't a return on it, other than, be able to use the bathrooms. And be able to get in, are the rooms, but that's not the rooms being nice. That's D, right? Making the inside nice.
I think the return is the use by the community. And what's that worth to you? I don't know. To me, it's worth a lot. But it's the same, we don't make any money off the picnic shelter that we spent a ton of money to build out in Mead Park either. We don't make money off the playground. We don't.
No, I understand.
So for me, that's why
And historic
3.7 is probably too much for me, but
And the historic nature of it.
yes.
And I think part of it was, as I recall, for the D type option, the issue is that you talk about a gathering space, which I disagree that the community wants a gathering space, but do you want it? It's the living room. That's it.
Right, you're not gonna use the
Unless you
upstairs.
do more retrofitting, which I think D was talking about, was to try to create more space. But otherwise, you're talking about, spending $2 million or whatever it is to basically have the use of the living room with restrooms. And that stuns me. Because I sit back and go, and I think I'm correct in this, right? This room's available for our residents. How often is it used?
It's mostly used by HOAs. So each big HOA has probably 1 or 2 meetings a year. The Denver Panhellenic has started using it about every month. Sanitation District uses it every month. And we get a handful, so maybe every other month we all.
I'm
we have
really pleased
another
to hear
event.
that. That's terrific. I didn't know that at the end of the
Yeah.
day. But again, it's not a lot of activity.
It's not every night.
If we wanted, if the community was looking for a gathering space, it would be utilizing this a lot more, in my view.
Well, I don't know. You're going to have your birthday party here?
We did have a bar mitzvah celebration here last year.
So there you go. Yeah, Councilor Robinson.
Mayor Brown, I appreciate your thinking on it and so on, but I go back to what Dr. Scramp said about the things not to do, and this strikes me as mission creep. I think as I start to play this out, it puts us in the event business. We would have to hire employees. We would need to actively manage it. I think as a city, at least my view is we're trying to get out of the city and businesses. We're in the sewer business. We're trying to get out of that business. To me, it is a perfect example of mission creep of going, I don't think it's fair to ask the land preserve to manage events and price events going on on the west side and so on. So to me, it just takes us into an area that is not in keeping with what the easement says or the mission and so on. And then the cost to me was the factor to spend $4 or $5 million to have a living room that can maybe have 30 or 40 people in it. That's not used that often. It doesn't add up to me.
Well, I appreciate that. I would disagree that it's mission creep. I would say that it was part of the original mission because it's part of the original visioning statement. And I don't think that we have to hire staff. We don't have to have more staff to support events at the barn. We don't have to, we're not talking about, we're just not talking about that intense use, but.
Mayor, that can be one of the parameters, that if you're going to have an event in the Anderson House, you have to pay, the overtime or the contract fee or.
That's
if it's
usually the way
necessary.
those things work anyway, but, I respect your opinion. I respectfully disagree, but. Counselor Fisher.
This is minor, really, but Emily, if you would go back to the cost of C and D, so the second page of the costs, I just wanted to say that looking at this detail on the Hopkins House, I think, I know and I believe several of my other fellow council members were thinking more like D for Hopkins House.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interior and exterior on Hopkins House.
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, can I say something else just
Sure.
about parking, because you also addressed that? I just want, one of the most desired wedding venues in the state consistently oversells is Beano's Cabin in Beaver Creek, and it's only accessible by shuttle. So I just want to, to your point, we don't have to have 1 million parking spaces. You can say if you want, I'm not saying weddings, yes or no, but if you want to have your event, shuttles are the way to go. And if people want it, they'll use the shuttles.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
My discussion earlier focused an awful lot, or my rationale an awful lot on the Anderson House. I just don't know how we get to the economic justification for the Anderson House without it either becoming on the second floor, open offices, or something that you're going to rent, which, all goes into what type of remodel you're going to do and what kind of restoration, and then secondly, the cost that goes with this. The conservation easement does allow us to rebuild something in the same footprint as the Anderson House. If we are really trying to have a living room, is there a less than $2 to $4 to $6 million version that could be built in that same footprint that would serve some of those? Now, that brings with it a different use on the west side, but when all of B, C, and D talked about keeping the Anderson House, by default, I don't think that the Anderson House is doable. Therefore, it put me in A. Now, many of the things you were talking about having, putting more restrictions, I don't necessarily think that I want to put more restrictions on us, but the question is A or C? And we have different perspectives on whether or not these activities are allowed under A but not under C, or are under C but not under A. You know, where I, bottom line, came down on this is a very special property that I believe that Cherry Hills can get the things that we want in other locations, or the limited use of rebuilding something in lieu of the Anderson House and using that quietly on the west side. But more importantly, that if you want a more active experience, we have places for that. And luckily, Cherry Hills is able to afford the ability to have something that is quiet, even if it's expensive. So, does that make sense?
Well,
So bottom line that.
Well, I'm not saying that you just go out and spend boatloads of taxpayer money to just have A, but I do think a balanced approach that if you defer, as I mentioned earlier, there is contingent valuation, that there is community benefit from having one place to go that you can go to nowhere else in the part of the city, where you can say, this is a special part of Cherry Hills that shows our history, we're working on education, and that you can have peace and quiet. I, like Mayor said, you don't need to knock down a building because there's lots of public viewing already, but if you told me that I had to keep the Anderson House to do it, I would tell you no, because it's just not effective to have the Anderson House. So yes, I recognize that you're not revenue keeping, but you're getting something better, open space and quiet.
Well, it sounds like there's consensus around A. We are approaching 10 o'clock, so, you know, I don't want to cut anyone off, but it does sound like there's strong support for A.
Mayor,
Yeah,
could I just ask the
Yeah.
rest of the council if you'd be willing to entertain getting some input on raising the Anderson House?
Let me just, before we do that, because can't the Anderson House only be used as a nature center?
The easement does say it can only be used
or a
as a
caretaker.
caretaker's residence or a nature center.
interpretive facility.
Yes.
So it doesn't say that it can be used for mahjong and HOA meetings and.
Right.
But you can
could.
use a nature center for those things.
Well, that's a stretch.
I mean, think
but
of
what you
Denver
could-
Botanic Gardens, you can, you know.
What you could do, because it's clear what you can and can't do, what it says in there with regard to the Anderson House, the structure now. But it's open with regard to saying, okay, we're going to tear it down and build another structure. That's open.
Yeah. But then you lose your historic designation potentially, but.
Well, yeah, and never mind, I don't want to talk about that. One thing I do want to come back to this, and I understand that, and everybody has every elected official makes their own determinations about how and what's important with regard to how to get public input and the reason you get public input. I operate from the standpoint of, from time to time, hey, we invite you to have, because you want the public to feel like they have the opportunity to provide input. I mean, in other words, that's one. The other reason is, what do I need as an elected official to feel like I can render my judgment on the best interests of the municipality? And that's my judgment about what I think the municipality wants. It's not 20 to 19 sitting in this room. And in fact, it might be 30 to 10 sitting in this room, and I'm going with the 10. So and everybody has, you know, and I sit back and I go, I listen to what the land preserve has said with regard to all their people do. I sit back with the people that I've talked with. I sit back and listen to Mark Hanen, who's got a history there, and he goes, tear that baby down. Actually, I was surprised when his letter came in, because he told me that at the dedication ceremony at that point in time. But if you're looking for what the public wants to make the decision, There's only one way. That's a vote. Otherwise, it's just what do you need to feel like you can render your judgment on the best interests of the people.
I disagree just on one part of what you said, and that is, I'm not sure, and I don't want to imply anything the Land Preserve said or didn't say, the letters we've had. I talked to one author. Was the National Historic Registry and the fact that Anderson is part of that, part of the conversation? My guess is it was not. That's part of my point, Earl.
Sure, and I
people
get
just go-
that.
Because it's very easy. If you just say, $4 million, take down the house, I mean, that's pretty, it's almost a no-brainer. But it gets more complicated with that when you add in some of the other intangibles.
And I do, and the mayor brought this up, and it was a good point, but it's one of my fears. And my fear is, because you said, hey, there's nothing that says we have to implement this until we find out that the dough flows. And my deathly fear is, and I'd be willing to, where's Calcia, I'll put my money on this. 2-3 years are gonna go by, we're not gonna get any money, and we're gonna be, whatever council is sitting here then is gonna be going, okay, what do we do? It didn't happen, and we're exactly where we are right now. And that will be, in my view, that will be the result.
Well, and then they tear it down then. I mean,
Right, which, that's, right, it's kicking the can down the road.
well, no, it's trying something first and
But to what
having a
end?
fallback position. To the end of preserving a 100-year-old dairy farm, to the end of providing a community gathering space for our citizens, to the end of, acting on 2 different committees worth of visioning and planning, to that end. I mean, we can just say, it's not gonna work, we're not even gonna try.
No, but the
Or
one
we
thing-
can say, well, we'll give it a try and see if we can get
one
grants to
thing
restore the Anderson House.
One thing I would say with regard to, and by the way, all of the work of all of the committees and all of the people that have worked on this is incredibly valuable. But what I would say is that timing is important, and the point is that the one thing that the visioning committee did not have any input on was with regard to, or ability to experience was with regard to, okay, we start interacting with Colorado Open Lands, and again, not determinative,
Yeah.
relevant, and it changed substantially. I mean, with regard to some of the things that were in the Quincy Farm Committee, and I was on that committee at one point, and the Visioning Committee, I don't believe Colorado, I mean, and I'll be the first one, because I'm combative as hell, and say, hey, we'll battle them, we'll take them to court, if that's what we want to do. But we'll probably be doing that.
Well, that's possible. Here's what I would say. If your reservations are the money, which those are big numbers, and I think that all of us have an obligation to consider that factor. But if that's the reservation, we haven't tried. And so are you saying, yeah, we'll never be able to get a grant for that Anderson House, and you're willing to make that determination now and just tear it down and move on? Or do you think it's worth trying? I personally think it's worth trying to get grant funding. I realize it's competitive. I realize we may not get it.
Well, and again, grant
But
funding.
we've gotten it for the
but-
pond, we've gotten it for we've gotten it for lots of other things.
We have, but not to, I mean, in other words, it's like, okay, we need $3 million. Okay, so we get 500.
Well, I don't know that we need $3 million just for the Anderson House. That all has to come from grant funding. But yeah, we need some money. How much can we get? I don't know. I'm not a grant writer. I'm not but so I guess I would ask everyone to consider if your choice is really based on the money, can you ask yourself, what amount of money would you support, first of all? And second of all, do you think there are opportunities to find exterior funding sources? And I'm not saying for the land preserve to go out and try to fundraise $2 million. I'm talking about grant funding primarily. Do you or do you not believe that those opportunities might exist? And
And you can't say that they don't exist. What I would say, though, is, and the way you put it was, hey, if the issue is the money, I've already said the issue. And I said, I went through my list, and none of these are determinative. They are all relevant to varying degrees, and collectively is what they drove me to selection A. None of them are determinative in and of themselves. But when you consider all of those various factors, that's what drives me to A.
Yeah, and I think most people are there, so I don't know if we need to continue, but.
So I guess I would like to ensure that whatever it is that we bring back is hitting the mark, and I would love to minimize recycling conversations if we don't need to. So I would propose that there are, we didn't prepare for this, I'm making this up as I go, I'm looking at Emily here. There are 4 variables that I'm going to do my best guess, I'm not representing anybody else, of what I think I've heard the most of. Don't shoot me, I could be getting this wrong, I'm doing my best. 4 variables: the Anderson House, Hopkins, events on the east side and events on the west side. If we can get through those 4 with enough, not all, head nods one direction or the other, I think that's good. I'm looking at Emily. I think that's enough information for us to bring back. Does that sound right?
Repeat the last one. I could not write quickly enough.
Anderson,
Hopkins, East Side events, and
events west side. And when I say events east side and events west side, none, small, or large. Private events, yes. We've already established city and land preserve is on both sides and large. But it's the private events that I would like to clarify.
Are you asking us to go down the row and see?
Yeah, I'm going to do it one at a time if that's okay. I mean, we can do it as a bundle, but I'm afraid I'm going to get lost. No, you don't want to do it one at a time?
I don't think anybody's saying large events on the west side. Are you saying large events on the west side?
I don't know what large events means.
I'm just going to throw out numbers. These are not certain. Just to give a ballpark here, we did have a few internal discussions at a staff. Like, for example, on the east side, there are some carrying capacity things when you consider 3 bathrooms, how many people can that effectively serve kind of thing. So I'm just going to throw this out here. Small events, anywhere from 25 to 35, right? Large events up to 100. I'm making stuff up here, right? 150, maybe, I don't know.
Well, I think at least the barn party should be considered in a large event, and that's what, 175, 200, something like that. So.
Yeah, that's a CHLP event. Yeah, so we'll say 150. So how about that? That doesn't mean we're going to bring back those numbers. We need to refine that. We probably need to do some research, probably do some best practice research on those kinds of things. I'm just throwing those numbers out so that we have something to attach so that we can have a conversation. So we can either go through each one of those one at a time or just go down the list and every council member does all 4 of them at once. I don't care which.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, go
If
ahead.
I can just jump in, one of them was the Hopkins House.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, are you talking about what physical treatment we're
Yes.
doing to it? Okay,
Yeah,
so
because what I heard, the last statement I heard was that there's a D-level support financially.
Yeah, and I think that got head nods across
I
the
just-
board.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to simplify for us if we can knock one of them out right now. I think Counselor.
I am a no on that, but
Oh, okay.
everybody else is a yes. I don't think the Hopkins House is big enough on the inside to warrant remodeling the inside unless we have a use for it, and I don't think we have a use for it.
But remember, Emily said we could change the inside. What if we could knock down a wall or make a bigger space or,
Have you been inside?
I have. Yeah,
And
I've
there's-
toured it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of walls in there to knock
Well-
down.
Harold is.
Yeah, Harold, would you like to make a comment, Dr. Scray? Yes, sure.
On a positive note, and Emily brought this up right at the beginning, there's been so much discussion of the Anderson House, and in my opinion, not enough discussion of the Hopkins House. This is the historic anchor of this property. It introduces you to the property. I don't personally see it as either on the west side or the east side. it is its own, not just structure, but landscape as well. You, Madam Mayor, said that, and I think that's very important. And I think looking at that as an option, how to use the exterior, it has several additions. Do we restore those additions? Do we take them down? What do we do with the landscape? How do we use the landscape and the structure as a teaching? Because I think one of the things we need to keep in mind, Quincy Farm is a fiction. It didn't exist. We have an agricultural site from the 1930s. We have a suburban house from the 1930s, and we have a farmhouse from the 1890s. The construct, Quincy Farm, was sort of created by the community. If you look up the Hopkins House on the Colorado Historic Sites Register, I can't remember, what's it called, Emily?
On the register?
On the Colorado Register. It's not even called Quincy Farm.
Oh, it's called Hopkins Farm.
Is it It's just Hopkins
the
House,
national-
period. There's no reference to anything else because there's nothing left except for the house. There's no farm. The farm, and if you look at the National Register, which has a lot of flaws in it, it was never a dairy farm, that it works around the Hopkins House, but I would just encourage people as you look at your options to not forget it really is the centerpiece historically and visually. It's the thing you see from the road, but the landscape has been allowed to erode over time. And I would just hope you keep it front and center in your deliberations.
And
Thank
it's
you.
the oldest home in the village, right?
Yeah.
That's, well,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, there could be other homes that are older than the village too, but yeah.
Okay, so Hopkins House, Anderson House, Events East, and Events West.
Yes.
We're gonna start, we started down there, we're gonna start down here. No, Dave, we're starting down here. Hopkins House, what level of exterior, interior, and exterior?
So on Hopkins House, I think we have to first, to your point, figure out what the art of the possible is.
Dave, can you just?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, on Hopkins House, I think we have to figure out what the art of the possible is relative to its potential uses. And if, again, I think it goes to one of the pieces of advice we got. If there are uses, Councilor Fisher indicated, can we take walls down, reconfigure, whatever the case may be, I'd be in favor of full renovation.
Okay,
If there aren't acceptable uses or reasonable uses, then probably just preservation on the exterior.
okay. Anderson House.
Anderson House, I'm sticking with what I said. I'm good either way, but I think, notwithstanding Earl's eloquent disagreement, I think we should get some input because of the permanency of the decision.
Okay. Events on the east side.
On the east side,
Private events.
Yeah.
So private events, I would mainly focus on small. I would allow large as defined by the city manager, but add a frequency requirement. Can't be every single weekend, 3 events, some
Yeah.
frequency
Okay.
limitation. And by the way, that's not unusual. I did a little bit of research myself, and some other venues do that as well
Okay.
around the metro area.
And events on the west side.
On the west side, I think there, it's, as somebody already said, private events, probably not, or maybe they're small, and the focus there is on education, the historic nature of the property, and the natural environment and the like.
Okay. Counselor Eber. Hopkins House.
Hopkins House, both.
I'm sorry,
sorry,
yes. Except for the Hopkins House on the west side. But to your point, maybe it's not really east or west. So
Okay.
that's an exception for me, depending upon what the use is. Sorry, Rob.
Okay,
that's fine.
Hopkins House.
Hopkins House both, because it is the key centerpiece for the listing, so I think.
So
you need to-
interior and exterior.
Yes.
Okay.
Anderson House, as it currently stands, I think one of the things we've been forgetting about this whole thing is, while the main house is old, it's a 1940s-ish.
34.
Pardon me?
34.
34. It's old, it's neat, but it is not historic like the Hopkins House. It is not the reason the property got listed. It may be contributing, but it isn't that,
It's the same age as the barn,
yeah.
which we just spent millions to renovate and preserve.
But my
yeah,
point
keep going.
is that it is not historically significant to what we are trying to say about this property, which was ag life in the old days. It was a great house in its day, but it's not. So my answer is that at least right now, as you are configured, no, don't spend money on this. Even if you could get grant money, I still don't know if it fits the pieces. I'd almost rather see it come down and replaced with something than keep what it is there.
Okay. Events on the east side.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I think that private events, I think can, you're defining big to be over 150?
Or 150.
Okay. Private events, small. Government events, infrequently large, but also small. No, I think that, we are allowed to give ourselves some perks that serve governmental purposes.
I think the other thing to realize is the money made, it's a fundraiser to support the
Yeah.
farm. A
It's to
private event
support
is-
open
Yeah,
space.
right. That's fair.
See, that's why I say there's a
I mean,
specific purpose behind
And
it.
again, I, with all due respect to the people sitting in the room, the vast majority of the money the land preserve raises goes to the farm. Not all of it.
So
So-
just to clarify,
Pay the salaries of the people.
we are not counting city events and land preserve events as big or large. We're going to do the events we want. So you don't need to weigh in on that part. We're really
Yes.
only talking about private events.
Okay. So now I'm on west side?
Yes.
West side. No private events.
Okay. Earl, Hopkins House.
So Hopkins House it should be restored inside and outside to the, quite frankly, the maximum extent possible to bring it to its historic significance. Subject to ensuring, because there are structural issues with that house. There are things that basically, and maybe Jay, you can talk to this, there are things that basically say, it'd be 10 times cheaper to just tear it down and rebuild it, which isn't the same thing as restoring it. And so I just want that as a caveat, so that, but the point is I agree with you. It's like D. I mean, if that's legitimate and there isn't anything out there, put that in there and restore that, because that is the historic property. That is the thing. To me, that's the meat and the coconut as far as the historic significance of the buildings on that property. Anderson House, get that baby out of here. So you know where I stand on that. With regard to events, I'd say on it probably is small private events on the east side, but I'd basically say, and small I define as, what is the maximum number that wouldn't put a burden on the city or the surrounding area? In other words, that would start to define what's that. So is that 20? Is that 50? I don't know what it is, but it's probably not 150. So I guess probably the way you're calling it is small. But get it as high as you can, subject to not pushing that burden on the city. With regard to the west side, I guess I could say small, but the point is this, okay? Which probably drives me to not small or to nothing. the vision is if the Anderson House goes, it's restored to its natural, in other words, it's like the pastures in the field in that area. That, the whole area is a natural with a trail going through it like we have now. So where are the private events going and what are they doing? I mean, are they camping out on the trail? I mean, are they sitting in the fields, just
They're in
sitting
your
there?
fully restored Hopkins house.
Oh, well, that's, okay, and I agree. Hopkins House can have events. I mean, I'm separating that out too. The Hopkins House is separate from the west side, even though it is part of the west side, the definition of the conservation easement. We're going to restore it, and then people are allowed to utilize that. I mean, again, there'll be some limitations based on, but events can go on in there, small private events in the Hopkins House.
There is some outdoor areas that are likely going to still stay formal with some grass, and so there would be limited outside space for small events.
Well, again, that's one of the, and if there was, then I probably could say, yeah, I could see small private events, but Harold wrote a vision a long time ago talking about that whole area is just natural. And just as the pastures are now in the wooded area, except that we elected to put a crusher fine trail through, which people have to stay on to be able to walk through and enjoy. I envision that for the rest of it, other than the Hopkins House and that landscaped area around it, which I think was a great point that I hadn't considered. So.
Small or none?
So I guess I'm going to say, again, Hopkins House, we're having events, and so I'd say none right now on the west side. But
All right.
Hopkins House, yes, just want to make sure that that's clear.
I'm for
Councilor
removing
White.
the Anderson House. I'm for restoring the exterior and the interior of the Hopkins House to the extent that the restoration of the interior makes sense. And when I say makes sense, I mean, it should be restored. The extent of the restoration is how much does it make sense? Do we totally go over the top or not? Depends on how we end up visioning that. In terms of events, small events on the west side, small to medium events on the east side, but I don't see, outside of fundraising for the farm, I don't see 150 people events.
Counselor Robinson.
So I'm for removing the Anderson House, for renovating externally, including the landscaping, and internally the Hopkins House, subject to how much it's going to cost and usage and so on. Small private events on the west side and medium private events on the east side up to 50 people.
Okay. Counselor Fisher.
I am also for removing or raising the Anderson House, and I wanted to comment, I don't know whether you remember, Counselor Heller, but a couple months ago when we were talking about this, I asked about the fact that you're allowed to rent the Anderson House at Quincy Farm, and I asked, and apparently nobody had ever asked, so we may have some community input now. It says on our website that the events can be up to 40 people in the Anderson House. Hopkins House inside and outside, as I've said. Limited, I'm using the language from the vision options, limited small private events on the west side. And I will say limited large events on the east side, because I agree with Mayor Brown's comments about, but it can be very limited. I think I shared that when you're looking around for a wedding venue, it'll tell you, you can only, this place is only available these 2 dates in the summer, whatever it is. So you can really limit it.
So did you say limited small events on the east side?
No, I'm okay with limited large.
Large events, okay, sorry.
Like if we wanted to do a couple a year.
All right. I think you have your direction.
Mayor, if I can add
Yeah.
one more comment, and that is, when we had the election, the last election, and this issue was on the ballot, we told people that in our private scope, not as government officials, but we said that we were not making a decision as to the main house at that time in that election, that there would be time for an analysis. So to Councilor Heller's comment that public comment and involvement might be desirable, I would only point you to the fact that, again, how much outreach do we need to do? We publish our agendas. It says right on it, scope and vision of Quincy Farm. There are this many other members of the public here tonight.
You know people don't look at it.
I understand
You
that.
have to be more proactive than
But the
expecting
question-
people to look at every
But the question really is, again, if you're a responsible resident or a property owner, you have to know what's going on about your property. You have to know what's going on about your village too. We can't go out and knock on everybody's door and put signs in the medians everywhere saying, what about Quincy Farm now that we finally got past the, but I do think some outreach, an article, if the villager were here, I would assume there might be an article about this discussion tonight. But the fact is that we have gotten some public comment about this already. And I'm looking across at our brand-new information director and things like that, all those things that will fall in.
And she's saying,
your
can I get
time.
out of this job?
Yeah.
Can I suggest that it's
But
10:30
is
and
it
we
too
wrap
late
this?
to-
Yeah.
But anyway, I think we have, we have had some public comment already.
Yep, okay. All right, so I think we have, do you have the direction that you need?
I'll just say, we summarized, I think we do, the one that's still a little mushy is East Side Events. And we had some for small, some for large, and some for medium. So we're probably gonna try and split the difference on all that and bring you some version of a medium.
Okay. All right, well then we will move on. It is late, I will keep my report short.
I'm
Oh, yes,
so
sorry.
sorry. But I do want to make sure that we are doing the right thing when I bring this back. So that is not a shock. This is what we're anticipating bringing back as a short, descriptive vision for council that we are plugging into the original document that you saw last year that's also included in your packets. If there is something else, please tell me now. And this is the old vision, so this does not hold any weight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying you were going to, okay.
Is that correct? Yeah, really. Yes. So what we are creating out of this whole discussion is the vision for the farm. So what's showing on your screen is the original vision draft that we brought last year in May. That is the format that we're anticipating bringing back to council. But if you're looking for something more detailed than that, please let me know now because, yeah.
Well,
So
I'd
it
say-
will outline everything that you just
Yeah, I'd say with
Yes.
regard to the
Yeah, yeah.
format, I think the format is fine, Emily, but the issue is that whatever the verbiage is that you utilize, it basically encompasses, which doesn't mean that it's specific, but in other words, it's not the kind of thing where you could sit back and go, hey, that language allows me to keep the Anderson House. No, it doesn't have to say we're getting rid of it, but I mean, in other words, whatever language is being utilized, it's very clear.
I think it should say we're getting rid of it. I mean, if that
Okay.
decision's been made, then I think
Okay,
we just finally need to put some stakes in the ground and move on.
Well, hey, I'm all about that. That's my line. I like stakes in the ground. All I'm trying to say is, whatever the language is, it basically doesn't allow for anything other than what we've talked about with the Anderson House, anything that what we've talked about with regard to the Hopkins House. These things are there. It's clear.
I think that makes sense. What you might recall last year in May, we had there was a matrix up on the screen with all these different elements on the east side and the west side. We're not bringing that back, is really what we're saying, right? That it will come out, and that likely come out through subsequent annual plans, and that will all be hashed out. We're bringing back through the vision, which is really these main elements that we've been talking about tonight. So we just want to make sure that if we bring back the vision, and we're not including all those other details from last year, that you're good with that,
Well, as long as the vision encapsulates
the conversation.
the very lengthy conversation we had.
Yes, understood. It'll probably be
It goes
longer.
a little bit deeper.
It'll be
than just
longer
a
than these
broad
5 lines
vision
here,
statement.
yes.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
I agree with that.
All right, thank you. The legislature has been very busy. The good news is that the maximum 2,000 square foot lot size bill died, the lot splitting bill died, and the flock camera data storage bill died. All probably likely to come back next year, unfortunately, but perhaps with new leadership, maybe not, or maybe it won't have as strong legs as it does now, but
Yeah, Mayor, there's also a federal statute that is in the process of being vetted that does exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
And preempts state law.
so, the bad news is that it looks like the workers' compensation verification bill that is gonna pass, the RTD bill that changes the structure of RTD governance is probably gonna pass. And the new bill that reduces the size of the Front Range Passenger Rail District to basically put the cost of all of that on certain select communities, including Cherry Hills Village, will also probably pass. So those are not as exciting. And then I just wanted to acknowledge that I received an email last week from the Cherry Creek School District mentioning that our very own member, Karen Fisher, has been inducted into their Legacy Wall of Fame, and just wanted to congratulate you on that. And just, thank you for all the work that you've done for both this community and the broader community through the school district over the years. That being said, we'll go back down to you. We'll turn it over to you for reports.
No report, but thanks for the new trail map.
No report.
Two quick things. One, thank you, Emily and the whole staff. This was a great presentation. I know it was a lot of work, and we really, really do appreciate it, even if we don't seem like it sometimes. I watched the meeting from the beginning of last month where the CML came out and talked about effective organizations. I had hoped that it was going to be a little more interactive than it was, but there was discussion about, we really haven't established norms or a code of conduct. And there was then a comment about, yeah, that'd be a great thing to do at a retreat. And I thought, well, let's not wait a year to do that. And I don't know whether that means have a mini retreat before, sometime in the next couple of months, or bring it up at a meeting and discuss it. I think the word used when I watched it, unless there was a discussion afterwards, it was talked about doing it at the retreat. So I'd like to request that we do it sooner than that.
That's council's decision. I would just request that, the next 4 council meetings are
I understand that.
insane, and so we wouldn't even have time to work on it.
No.
Yeah, so it would probably be more of a late summer, fall thing, if that's okay.
I'm just saying, I don't know that we need to wait a year for that. 'cause
Okay,
I
fair
think
enough.
that would be good for us to have. And then, of course, my sincere congratulations.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Again, Emily, thanks a lot for all of this hard work. Jay, you was well on a lot of the costs associated with it, and really everybody. And then Laura, thanks to the Land Preserve and for everything associated with that. I thought it was a really productive meeting. Number 2, Kelly, wherever you are, thanks to you, and please pass on to Ariana. I thought the municipal court report clearly was a lot better this month, and a lot of good information in there that we didn't see before. I really like that. So please pass that on, and obviously keep up that good work. And 3, since Susan, you brought it up, because I was struck when Karen mentioned this last time, and we don't have a code of conduct, which is a written document, et cetera, and I agree we probably need to put that together. I disagree that we don't have norms. Norms are not necessarily things that are written down. It is way that people act and conduct themselves. I've been involved with the city council for a whole bunch of years. I think there are norms. We might not like them, but we have them.
Well, I think we should identify them and acknowledge them.
I'm good with that.
And then we can all self-examine ourselves.
I'm good with that.
Fine.
I just disagreed with the notion that we don't have norms. I think we do have norms. But I'm all for, I agree with 100% that it's something that should be taken up sooner rather than later and addressed. And other than that, I don't have anything else.
My continued comment that I hear from all of our constituents that I talk to is traffic and speeds. So for those who are watching on video, please take this as an additional reminder to please drive slowly. The rest of my report, given that it's 10:35, I will save for the next meeting.
Thank you. And Counselor Heller.
And just a reminder to council that we are interviewing board and commission applicants later this week. Other than that, no report.
Thank you for doing that. City Manager, turn it over to you.
I will go through the list.
Yes, you have at the dais the new trail maps, so we were very happy to have those. We gave them out at Scavenger Hunt for the first time, and we will be starting to promote them coming up. So please take extras if you need them.
I will not give a report tonight and save some time.
Just a brief report on building permit activity. April was busy again. March and April, we've had over 200 permits submitted in the last 2 months. Last month in April, we tied our high in the last 3 years for 110 new permit submittals. So y'all stop. We're busy enough. But no, it's busy time, and eventually it will have to slow down. So we're busy with building.
I guess. We're just going to keep
I've been
rebuilding.
saying that since I got here 6 years ago, and it hasn't, but.
Yep.
Good evening. Just one thing from me. A couple weekends ago, we had our semi-annual drug take-back, so thank you for everybody that participated in that. We took in 86 pounds of unwanted medications that will get destroyed. That's all.
Thanks.
That is a lot.
I know
I'm here, I promise. I know. Doesn't help I'm short.
We extended these things so that we could see you, and then now we can't see you again.
Thank you very, very much for the feedback on the court report. I was hopeful that it was meeting some needs, and we're still fine-tuning it. So if there's anything you didn't see or would like more of, please let me know. But I will absolutely share that with Ariana, and that is great. I do appreciate her as well. One of the things I did want to ask for feedback tonight, and I do apologize that it's so late, is Judge Elman has selected his top 2 candidates for relief judges, and I am looking for what the next step in the process would be. When I watched the video of our original court meeting, I didn't have a great feeling of what we should do next. So we have them.
There was a discussion about possibly having 2 council members have more than just a meet and greet, but maybe not a full-blown second interview. That seemed like it had the most momentum, but I agree with Kelly. There was definitely not a clear consensus. It was kind of
Yep.
Okay, do I
Okay.
have 2 council members to
Volunteers.
volunteer? And I can get that set up for you?
And when do we want to do that?
as quickly as possible. They're selected and ready to go.
Yep,
Okay.
sooner. And I do.
Then I
also-
probably cannot, I probably can't do that myself. So I don't know. Susan, you were involved in the first round. Do you want to, are you available or no? Yeah.
We can do it next week.
I think early next week would probably be ideal, especially given the crazy snowstorm and making sure the 2 candidates are available. So next week,
Okay.
if I've got you available would be wonderful.
So Susan as one, and who else would like to be the second person? Okay.
If there's somebody else who wants to.
Right, arm wrestle, rock, paper, scissors. Okay, Dave.
Dave, perfect.
All right, Susan and Dave.
All right, I will do that. amazing HR manager has also gone through and received references on the 2 top candidates. Would you like me to get those forwarded to you? Got it, will do.
Okay.
And that's it for me. Thank you, thank you.
City Clerk.
Good evening. I have a couple of things. First, the June 2nd packet will be delivered a day late because it's Memorial Day week. So we'll take that extra day. We'll get that to you that Thursday. Secondly, I wanted to get everyone's temperature on a possible change to the way we do minutes for audience participation as far as what information we include. We got a request from a resident who is looking to reduce their digital footprint for security and privacy reasons. And because their address is associated with their name in some previous council minutes. When I did a brief survey of other municipalities, a lot of them, they do still ask for that information at the podium in the meeting, but in the minutes, they just say whether the person was is a resident or a non-resident, or sometimes what county they're a resident of. They don't put the actual address in there. And I wondered, with the way our world is going with digital privacy issues, et cetera, do you want to do your,
Yep, use your.
I agree.
Resident, non-resident?
general?
Yep.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay.
Even though if you went to the police technology thing, everybody can find everybody.
It is
Doesn't
true,
matter.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And I overlooked, welcome to our new communications director and Miss Denise White. So do you have anything to report in your?
No, just learning, listening, observing, and I'm excited to bring, as I said, I have multiple years of municipal experience. Before I was working at CML, I'd worked with Aspen, Boulder. I started my public service career in our neighbor Inglewood. So I'm just excited to be back with the community, being able to get information out to our residents so that they feel engaged, informed, and connected to their community, and then bringing their information back so that staff and elected officials here have information for informed decision-making.
Well, great. Well, we are so delighted to have you. Thank you so much. And it's nothing like trial by fire. City Attorney.
Nothing from the city attorney's office this evening.
All right. City Manager.
Yeah, I just want to remind council of the police department swearing in and promotion ceremony on Thursday, I believe. So if you have a chance to stop by, it's appreciated. 3 o'clock, yes. And 2, thanks to all the staff for a very successful scavenger hunt. Well done. Finally, there is just, Jay and I have been following other jurisdictions. We haven't been really able to check in on the weather directly. There is a chance we will be opening City Hall just a little bit late tomorrow. We will make a final determination, not right now, but there is a chance that we will, a lot of other cities are opening up late. So, and a lot of, almost all the
Cherry
school
Creek
districts.
Schools is closed.
Yeah, Denver, Aurora, Jeffco. Schools are, a lot of more schools are closed, but just heads up, we may be opening a little bit late tomorrow.
Lucky kids who get to take the makeup AP exams.
I know, I'm getting the frantic text as we speak.
Yep. All right. Well, then we stand adjourned.
Karen Fisher's house tomorrow.
10:45,
Yes.
10:43. Yep.
Yep, and the event tomorrow at, I assume that's happening, yeah.